In this video, we invite you to journey beyond the stars, into the heart of Star Wars, where myth meets meaning, and hope defies the darkness. This audiobook will carry you through the world George Lucas imagined. You'll discover how a story born from imagination became a mirror of our own world, how Jedi and Sith reflect the light and shadow within us all. We'll explore the rise and fall of empires, the seduction of power, the redemption of love, and the eternal struggle to find balance in a universe at war with itself. From Anakin's tragedy to Rey's awakening, from the wisdom of the Force to the cost of fear, this is more than a story. It's a philosophy, a reflection, a lesson in what it means to be human. So stay with us. Listen closely. Because the Force is more than a myth, it's a truth that lives within everyone who dares to hope. In the quiet hum of the galaxy, where ships drift through endless stars and destinies intertwine, there exists an energy that cannot be measured or contained. The Jedi called it the living force, an invisible current that binds all life, moves through every breath, and whispers truths beyond reason. It is not merely power, but presence. Qui-Gon Jinn was perhaps its most faithful servant, a man who believed the Force was not something to be mastered, but something to be felt. In his calm defiance of the Jedi Council's rigid doctrines, Qui-Gon embodied an idea that stretches beyond fiction, that the most important things in life often exist beyond what we can see or prove. Faith, in its purest form, has always existed in tension with logic. It requires a leap into the unseen, the willingness to act on conviction when evidence is incomplete. Qui-Gon's belief in Anakin Skywalker as the Chosen One was grounded not in prophecy alone, but in an intuitive trust that transcended analysis. He saw what others could not, potential not yet realized, a harmony waiting to emerge. In our own world, this same dynamic shapes every moment of creation, leadership, and personal transformation. The entrepreneur who risks everything on an untested idea, the activist who believes one voice can change a nation, the artist who paints what no one else can yet imagine, all are guided by something unseen, a living faith that mirrors the Force itself. Science has tried, in its way, to explain this intuition. Neuroscience tells us that the human brain can process vast patterns unconsciously, that instinct is not irrational, but an evolved intelligence. Yet what makes intuition powerful is not only its neurological foundation, but its emotional trust. We feel the living force when we stop thinking and start being. It is present in the small miracles of connection, the way a mother knows her child is in danger, the instant recognition between two strangers whose lives will change each other's paths, or the silent calm one feels before taking a leap that could alter everything. The Force, as Obi-Wan said, surrounds us and binds the galaxy together, just as love, empathy, and purpose bind humanity. The Jedi understood that to touch the living Force, one had to let go of control. Their training was not only physical, but spiritual, teaching patience, presence, and detachment from ego. In meditation, they learned to silence the noise of fear and desire. This practice echoes the real-world disciplines of mindfulness and Taoist philosophy, where balance is achieved not through domination of the world, but through harmony with it. The Tao Te Ching reminds us, the soft overcomes the hard, the yielding overcomes the rigid. Qui-Gon embodied that wisdom when he told Obi-Wan, "Be mindful of the living Force." His words are not unlike those of sages throughout human history who warned that truth is felt, not forced. Modern life often forgets this. We live in an era that worships data, precision, and proof. We measure worth through productivity and predict success through algorithms. Yet in doing so, we risk losing the quiet truth that guides all meaningful progress, the sense that life itself has rhythm, that we are part of something far greater than ourselves. The Force, in the mythos of Star Wars, is both scientific and spiritual. It obeys patterns, midichlorians, symbiotic cells that measure connection, yet it transcends them. George Lucas designed it that way intentionally, as a metaphor for religion and philosophy, but also for ecology and human psychology. The Force is at once energy and empathy, the thread that unites physics with morality. In the same way, Our world systems are bound by invisible threads. Consider the global economy, a network of interdependence where decisions in one city ripple across oceans to shape lives in another. Or ecosystems, the balance of predator and prey, forest and river, where the removal of a single species can unravel the stability of thousands. These are not mystical connections, yet they remind us of the same truth the Jedi learned through experience: everything affects everything else. The living force is not just spiritual poetry, it is ecological reality. Humanity thrives when it acts in awareness of its connection to all things, and falters when it forgets. The fall of the Jedi Order was not a failure of belief, but of rigidity. They became so focused on prophecy, tradition, and control that they lost sight of the spontaneity that once defined their strength. Keegan's death marked more than the loss of a master, it symbolized the death of the Jedi's intuition. By rejecting the living force in favor of bureaucracy, they allowed darkness to rise unnoticed. This mirrors the dangers that institutions face in our own time. Governments, corporations, even educational systems often prioritize structure over wisdom, metrics over meaning. In doing so, they forget that true leadership, like true balance, requires sensitivity to the unseen. Faith beyond sight does not mean blind faith. Keegan questioned authority constantly, his belief was active, not submissive. Similarly, the most profound real-world faiths, from science to spirituality, thrive through curiosity and humility, not dogma. Believing in the living force is not about surrendering to fate, but trusting that the universe responds to intention. It is the principle behind Gandhi's nonviolence, Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream, or even the courage of explorers who sailed past the known horizon. Their conviction did not rest on certainty but on purpose, the conviction that something unseen yet real binds all things together. When we think of the Force, it is tempting to imagine only light and darkness, Jedi and Sith, heroes and villains. But the living force is not about duality, it is about harmony. It reminds us that intuition and logic, spirit and science, feeling and thought, all coexist. The universe of Star Wars reflects the inner universe of the human mind, where the conscious and unconscious work together to shape destiny. Psychologist Carl Jung once wrote that symbols and myths are mirrors of our collective soul. The Force is one of those mirrors, a story we tell to remember that we are more than our technology, more than our fears, more than our limitations. There is a quiet scene in The Phantom Menace where Keegan kneels to meditate as the battle rages around him. The doors before him hum with energy, the enemy waits beyond, and yet he closes his eyes. That stillness is not inaction, it is focus. It is the moment between thought and movement, between chaos and control. In that breath, he embodies the living force, calm amid conflict, presence amid uncertainty. It is the same calm found in the soldier who acts not out of anger but duty, the doctor who steadies her hands before surgery, or the leader who pauses before making a decision that will shape lives. The living force lives in that pause, in the balance between emotion and clarity. Our world often rewards those who act quickly, but the living force rewards those who act wisely. The Jedi learned that power without presence leads to downfall, a truth we witness daily in politics, business, and society. The leaders who succeed long-term are those who act with intention, not impulse. Keegan's legacy teaches us that intuition without arrogance, and faith without blindness, create the conditions for harmony. The same applies to nations, companies, and individuals alike. The moment we lose connection to the living rhythm around us, we lose sight of ourselves. If there is one lesson to draw from the living force, it is that belief is not static, it is participatory. The Force does not act for us, it acts through us. In every choice, in every small kindness or act of courage, we either strengthen or weaken the current of good that binds humanity. Whether one calls it the Force, the Tao, divine energy, or simply empathy, it demands the same of us: awareness, humility, and hope. The galaxy of Star Wars may be fictional, but its wisdom is deeply human, a reminder that beneath the noise of machines and the struggles for power, there flows something eternal and unseen, waiting for us to listen. And perhaps that is why, across generations, the story endures. Because deep down, we all want to believe there is meaning in the chaos, order in the stars, connection in the void. The living force tells us there is, not as magic, but as truth. Every act of kindness, every choice made with courage, every moment of stillness amid fear is a whisper of that truth. The galaxy, after all, is not out there somewhere. It is within us, breathing quietly, asking only that we trust what cannot be seen. The Force, though luminous and eternal, is not merely light. It is shadow too, a spectrum of power that reflects the contradictions within every living being. From the earliest Jedi texts to the words of Yoda and Luke Skywalker, one truth persists: light and darkness are not enemies, but opposites in a constant state of tension, forever pulling against each other in search of harmony. The Star Wars galaxy is built upon this paradox. It is not a story of good conquering evil, but of balance lost and found, a mirror of humanity's struggle to reconcile its highest ideals with its deepest flaws. When Luke stands before Darth Vader in the dim glow of the Emperor's throne room, the conflict unfolding is not merely galactic but deeply personal. Vader represents more than tyranny, he is the embodiment of every human who has surrendered to fear and pride. Luke's victory comes not through strength of arms, but through rejection of hate. He sees the darkness in his father, and within himself, and chooses compassion over vengeance. That moment defines what balance truly means. It is not the eradication of evil, but the recognition of it, the understanding that to deny darkness is to give it power. We cannot destroy what we refuse to acknowledge. Carl Jung, one of the most profound interpreters of human psychology, called this the shadow self. Every person, he argued, contains impulses and desires that society teaches us to repress: anger, jealousy, greed, the hunger for control. The Jedi sought to suppress these emotions entirely, believing that serenity required the absence of attachment. But the Sith embraced the opposite extreme, giving themselves wholly to passion and power. Both paths, taken to their ends, lead to imbalance. One denies humanity, the other indulges it. True harmony lies between them, in understanding emotion without being ruled by it, in accepting shadow without succumbing to it. Luke's greatest lesson was not that he was his father's opposite, but that he carried the same potential for darkness and chose differently. We see this same struggle in the real world, every day, in ways both intimate and vast. The political leader who begins with good intentions but grows addicted to control, the activist whose righteous anger hardens into hatred, the corporation whose pursuit of growth blinds it to ethical responsibility, all mirror the same imbalance that consumed the galaxy. Power, whether through the Force or through human systems, magnifies what already exists within. If there is fear, it breeds tyranny. If there is compassion, it nurtures justice. As Yoda warned, fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger, anger to hate, and hate to suffering. It is not a mystical sequence, it is a psychological truth. The history of civilizations follows this same rhythm. The Roman Republic fell not through foreign invasion, but through corruption and fear of losing control. The Weimar Republic collapsed because despair opened the door to authoritarian promises. Even in modern societies, where technology has replaced the sword and senate, the same dance of light and dark persists, between freedom and security, compassion and fear, integrity and greed. Star Wars, in its mythic simplicity, reminds us that empires do not rise because darkness is strong, but because the light grows complacent. The Jedi's greatest failure was their blindness to this truth. In their quest for purity, they refused to see how their denial of attachment had bred arrogance. They sat in marble towers, distant from the people they once vowed to serve, convinced that emotion itself was the enemy. Yet emotion is what makes life worth living. Love, fear, and grief are not weaknesses, they are the raw materials of wisdom. Anakin Skywalker fell not because he loved Padme, but because he was taught that love was forbidden. His fear of loss festered in secrecy, becoming obsession, and eventually, darkness. If the Jedi had taught him to understand his feelings instead of repress them, perhaps he might have found balance. The lesson is not about the dangers of passion, but about the dangers of shame. This duality resonates deeply in our own age of extremes. Modern culture often swings between indulgence and denial. We are encouraged to express everything or suppress everything, to glorify control or chaos. Social media amplifies outrage and self-righteousness, while institutions preach restraint and conformity. Both extremes feed each other, creating a cycle of division that feels eerily similar to the endless war between Jedi and Sith. Yet balance is not found in victory over the other side, it is found in reconciliation. Just as Rey's journey in The Rise of Skywalker ends with her claiming both light and darkness as part of her lineage, humanity's evolution depends on integrating, not erasing, its contradictions. Rey's discovery that she is a Palpatine, descended from the very darkness she seeks to destroy, shatters the illusion that identity defines destiny. In her final battle, she draws strength from the Jedi who came before her, but she also confronts her bloodline with acceptance rather than denial. That is the heart of balance, to stand in the presence of darkness without letting it define you. In our world, this manifests as moral maturity, the ability to face our flaws honestly and transform them into wisdom. Societies that confront their injustices grow stronger, individuals who accept their mistakes become whole. The path of balance is not the path of purity, but of integration. George Lucas designed this duality intentionally. He once said that Star Wars was meant to teach moral balance in an age of cynicism. The Force is not a religion, but a reflection of morality itself, a framework for understanding how choices shape reality. Light and dark are not fixed categories but directions we move toward with every decision. When Luke spares his father, when Leia chooses diplomacy over vengeance, when even Darth Vader turns back toward the light, they remind us that the struggle between good and evil is not cosmic but personal, fought in every human heart. In psychology, this process is known as individuation, the lifelong task of becoming whole by integrating every aspect of oneself. To deny the shadow is to live fragmented, to accept it is to achieve unity. The Jedi, in their strict avoidance of emotion, lived fragmented lives, and the Sith, in their total surrender to it, lived enslaved ones. The balance lies not in denial or indulgence but in awareness. The same holds true for nations and leaders. When politics becomes about destroying the other side, it loses balance. Progress, whether galactic or earthly, requires duality, competition tempered by cooperation, ambition guided by conscience, order balanced with freedom. Perhaps that is why Luke's later years, as portrayed in The Last Jedi, resonate more deeply than his triumphs in Return of the Jedi. We meet a man who has become disillusioned, burdened by the weight of his own myth. He has seen the light fail, the darkness rise again, and believes the Force itself should end. Yet even in his exile, the lesson of balance persists. When Yoda's spirit visits him and burns the ancient tree, it is a symbolic act of renewal. The past must die, not in hatred, but in transformation. Balance, after all, is not static. It breathes, shifts, and evolves. What was once pure can stagnate, what was once corrupted can heal. In the natural world, balance operates the same way. Forests depend on cycles of growth and decay. Ecosystems thrive through equilibrium, predator and prey, sunlight and shadow. Remove one element entirely, and the system collapses. Humanity is no different. The attempt to eradicate conflict, emotion, or difference inevitably breeds new forms of them. Peace is not the absence of struggle, but the wisdom to navigate it. The Jedi's greatest insight, when they finally understood balance, was that darkness could not be destroyed, only transformed through understanding. The same wisdom appears in countless philosophies. In Taoism, yin and yang represent not opposition but interdependence, the truth that light exists only because of shadow. In Buddhism, enlightenment arises from transcending attachment, not erasing desire. Even in Christianity, redemption is born from suffering, not avoidance. These parallels reveal that the balance between light and dark is a universal language, one that Star Wars translates into myth. Its galaxies and sabers, its masters and apprentices, are reflections of ancient truths retold for a modern age. In business, politics, and daily life, balance remains the rarest and most essential virtue. The CEO who pursues profit without purpose becomes a Sith of commerce. The leader who values ethics without strategy becomes paralyzed by idealism. Balance demands the ability to navigate contradictions, to lead with both vision and humility, to compete fiercely while remaining fair, to hold conviction without contempt. It is what separates sustainable success from collapse. As in the galaxy, so in the marketplace, imbalance breeds downfall. If Chapter 1 taught us that the Force connects all things, Chapter 2 reveals that connection is meaningful only when it is balanced. Too much light blinds, too much darkness suffocates. The art of living, and of leadership, lies in the dynamic tension between them. The Jedi failed when they sought only serenity, the Sith when they sought only power. The great task of existence is to stand in the center, to feel deeply, act justly, and choose compassion over domination even when anger feels easier. When Luke stood on Crate, facing the First Order with nothing but his illusion, he became the living symbol of that truth. He fought not to destroy but to delay, not with violence but with peace. His victory was not measured in enemies defeated, but in hope restored. That is balance, strength without hatred, sacrifice without despair. And when he vanished into the Force, becoming one with the energy that binds all life, it was not death, but completion. The Force was in balance again, if only for a moment. In the end, every story in Star Wars, from the rise of Anakin to the redemption of Ben Solo, reminds us that the battle between light and dark will never end, because it was never meant to. It is not a war to be won, but a dialogue to be maintained. The goal is not perfection but awareness. The light needs the dark to know itself, just as we need our failures to understand our potential. The Force exists within us all, waiting for balance, not in the stars, but in our hearts. Yoda's voice, calm yet piercing, has echoed through generations. Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering. Simple words, yet beneath them lies the most profound diagnosis of corruption in both galaxies, fictional and real. Fear, in the Star Wars universe, is the first crack in the soul, the trembling uncertainty that grows into tyranny when left unacknowledged. The Jedi taught that fear must be faced, not fled. But as Anakin Skywalker's life revealed, even the most gifted among us can mistake control for peace and succumb to the illusion that power can protect us from loss. The story of Anakin's fall is not one of sudden evil but of quiet, accumulating fear. From his earliest years, he feared abandonment. Born a slave on Tatooine, bound by circumstance and powerlessness, he grew up believing that freedom meant control, that to be safe, one must never again be helpless. The Jedi rescued him from bondage, but they could not free him from that inner fear. Instead, their rigid code demanded that he suppress it, to deny attachment and emotion. In doing so, they left him defenseless against the very darkness they sought to prevent. What began as love for his mother and devotion to Padme became obsession, the desperate need to stop death, to halt change, to control the uncontrollable. That is where fear begins its seduction, not as hatred, but as love twisted by loss. In the real world, fear works no differently. Every system that turns oppressive begins with insecurity, the fear of losing power, safety, or identity. History offers endless mirrors to Anakin's tragedy. When the Roman Republic dissolved into empire, it was because its leaders feared chaos more than corruption. When McCarthyism swept across America, it was not hatred that fueled it, but fear of the unknown, the invisible enemy. Fear is the seed from which intolerance grows. It breeds tribalism, nationalism, and fanaticism, each disguised as protection. Like the Sith, societies consumed by fear mistake control for security, failing to see that domination only deepens the void it seeks to fill. Anakin's descent into Darth Vader was not inevitable. It was the culmination of fear unexamined. The Jedi Council's greatest mistake was treating fear as a weakness rather than a wound. They told him not to grieve, not to love, not to fear, and in doing so, they taught him to hide. When we bury fear instead of facing it, it becomes resentment, and resentment seeks power. This truth resonates far beyond fiction. In psychology, repression is never silence, it is pressure. What we suppress does not vanish, it transforms into anger. A child ignored becomes an adult who demands control, a people oppressed becomes a nation that seeks revenge. The Sith knew this well. They fed on fear, not only their own but that of others, twisting it into strength. But as Yoda taught, the energy born from fear is destructive, burning through all who wield it. We live in an age where fear is currency. Media, politics, and even technology thrive on it. Every headline, every algorithm seems designed to trigger anxiety, fear of scarcity, of difference, of irrelevance. The same mechanism that turned Anakin into Vader now drives engagement and profit. Fear is the most powerful motivator in the human psyche because it is rooted in survival. When fear governs decision-making, empathy fades and reaction takes over. We justify cruelty as caution, manipulation as strategy. What begins as self-protection becomes domination, until we are ruled not by conscience but by insecurity. The dark side does not appear with a red blade and armor, it appears quietly, in the small compromises we make when fear feels reasonable. Even noble intentions can mask fear. When Palpatine rose to power, he did not promise conquest, he promised safety. "I will end this destructive conflict," he declared, cloaking tyranny in the language of peace. His genius lay in understanding that people will trade freedom for the illusion of security. Democracies die to the sound of applause, not gunfire, because fear convinces the masses that control is compassion. We have seen this pattern repeated in every century, from the empires of antiquity to the surveillance states of today. The rhetoric changes, but the psychology remains. Fear distorts reason, breeds obedience, and blinds us to manipulation. Yet fear itself is not evil. It is the mind's alarm bell, a warning, not a command. It is what keeps us alive, what pushes us to protect and prepare. The difference lies in whether we face it or feed it. The Jedi sought to transcend fear through discipline and awareness, while the Sith embraced it as a source of power. Both approaches reveal the extremes that lie within human nature. In modern psychology, we understand that fear can be transformed, not suppressed or indulged, but understood. Cognitive science shows that naming and confronting fear reduces its power. Meditation, the same practice used by Jedi, physically rewires the brain, lowering stress responses and increasing empathy. What Yoda taught Luke in the swamps of Dagobah, "You will know fear, you must face it," is now validated by neuroscience. Awareness is the first step toward mastery. Luke's training in The Empire Strikes Back remains one of the saga's most haunting lessons. When he enters the cave on Dagobah, Yoda tells him he will find only what he takes with him. Inside, Luke faces Vader, but when he strikes the helmet, he sees his own face beneath it. The message is clear. The enemy we fear most often lives within. Our battles with others are reflections of the wars inside us: fear of failure, fear of loss, fear of our own capacity for harm. The cave is not a physical place, it is every moment when we are forced to confront ourselves. To emerge from that confrontation wiser rather than bitter is the essence of growth. In that sense, every person walks through their own cave, again and again. Fear's most dangerous illusion is that control can conquer it. Anakin's belief that power could prevent loss mirrors the modern obsession with certainty. We build systems to predict markets, walls to block migrants, and technologies to preserve youth, all rooted in the same desire: to stop time, to outthink death. But life, like the Force, resists domination. The tighter the grip, the greater the chaos. As Princess Leia said, the more you tighten your grip, the more star systems will slip through your fingers. Her words apply to empires and individuals alike. Control breeds resistance, acceptance breeds peace. The paradox of fear is that only by surrendering the need to control do we begin to feel safe. In leadership, the role of fear is even more revealing. Leaders driven by fear of failure become authoritarian, unable to delegate or trust. Those who face fear with openness cultivate innovation and resilience. Consider Winston Churchill during World War II, a man who faced global terror but refused to let fear dictate his vision. Or Nelson Mandela, who emerged from decades of imprisonment not with vengeance, but forgiveness. Their power came not from suppression of fear, but from its transformation into courage. Courage, as every Jedi knew, is not the absence of fear but the decision to act rightly despite it. Fear also shapes economies and societies in subtle ways. Financial markets rise and fall not only on data but on sentiment, collective fear, and confidence. Consumer behavior, migration patterns, even cultural trends are influenced by anxiety about loss, change, and uncertainty. The Galactic Republic fell because fear infected its institutions. Modern nations crumble for the same reason. When distrust replaces dialogue, and fear replaces hope, systems built on cooperation begin to fracture. The dark side, then, is not a distant evil, it is the shadow cast by fear on the human heart. The redemption of Darth Vader teaches us that even after fear has led to destruction, return is possible. When Luke reached out to his father not with anger but with compassion, he shattered the illusion that fear and hate are irreversible. Anakin's final act, saving his son at the cost of his life, was not just redemption, but release. He faced his greatest fear, the fear of weakness, and found strength in vulnerability. That moment speaks to the deepest truth of human experience, that healing begins not when we conquer fear, but when we understand it. Compassion, both given and received, is the only force stronger than fear. In our world, too, redemption is possible. Fear-driven societies can become open ones. Individuals who once acted from anger can learn empathy. Businesses built on exploitation can choose sustainability. The path away from the dark side begins wherever fear is acknowledged with honesty. It is not an easy path, it requires humility, patience, and trust, but it is the only one that leads to peace. The antidote to fear is not power, but presence. When we stop trying to escape uncertainty and instead live within it, fear loses its grip. The Force flows freely once more. In our complex and often challenging world, the concept of redemption holds profound significance. Just as in narratives of old, the possibility of transformation from fear-driven societies to open and inclusive ones is a beacon of hope. This metamorphosis isn't a mere idealistic fantasy but a tangible aspiration. Societies held captive by fear, whether born from historical grievances, economic instability, or political polarization, can indeed evolve. This evolution necessitates a collective willingness to confront the root causes of apprehension and to cultivate environments where trust and understanding can flourish. On an individual level, the journey from anger to empathy is equally vital. When individuals are trapped in cycles of resentment and hostility, their capacity for connection diminishes. However, through conscious effort and a commitment to self-awareness, the seeds of empathy can be sown. This involves acknowledging one's own pain, understanding the perspectives of others, and actively practicing compassion. It is a demanding path, often requiring introspection and the courage to challenge long-held beliefs, but it ultimately leads to greater personal peace and more harmonious relationships. Furthermore, the business landscape is not exempt from this call for redemption. Enterprises that have historically prioritized profit over ethical considerations, often through exploitative practices, have the opportunity to redefine their purpose. The shift towards sustainability is a powerful example of this. Businesses that embrace environmental responsibility, fair labor practices, and community engagement demonstrate a commitment to a more equitable and regenerative future. This not only benefits the planet and its inhabitants but also fosters long-term resilience and a positive brand image. The pivotal step in this redemptive process, whether societal, individual, or corporate, lies in the honest acknowledgement of fear. It is in this vulnerability, this willingness to confront the darkness, that the path to liberation begins. This path is far from effortless. It demands profound humility, recognizing one's limitations and biases. It requires unwavering patience, understanding that transformation is a gradual process, not an instantaneous event. And crucially, it calls for an unwavering trust in the potential for change, trust in the inherent good within ourselves and others, and trust in the guiding principles that lead towards peace. The true antidote to fear is not the exertion of power or control, which often perpetuates the very anxieties it seeks to suppress. Instead, it is the profound and abiding practice of presence. When we cease our frantic attempts to escape the inherent uncertainties of life and instead choose to fully inhabit the present moment, fear's suffocating grip loosens. This deep engagement with the now allows us to observe our thoughts and emotions without judgment, to experience life as it unfolds without the constant pressure to predict or control. In this state of mindful presence, we become more attuned to the subtle currents of life, to the interconnectedness of all things. It is in this profound acceptance, this surrender to the flow of existence, that the force, that universal energy, that wellspring of peace and clarity, flows freely once more, restoring balance and harmony to our inner and outer worlds. In the end, Yoda's warning is not just a moral statement but a map of the human condition. Fear will always exist, it is as old as life itself. But what we do with it defines who we become. Every tyrant, every hero, every nation, and every individual stands at that crossroads each day. We can choose to feed our fears until they consume us, or we can face them, breathe through them, and learn from them. The dark side is not destiny, it is habit. Awareness is the beginning of freedom. When we understand that truth, we begin to see the Force not as a battle between good and evil, but as a living current that responds to our choices. And in that awareness, we find the courage to walk the path of light, even when the shadows whisper our name. Love, in its purest form, is the most powerful energy in the universe. It binds people together, gives meaning to struggle, and inspires acts of courage that defy reason. But when love is corrupted by fear, when the desire to protect becomes the need to control, it transforms into the very force it seeks to resist. The tragedy of Anakin Skywalker is not that he loved too little, but that he loved too selfishly. His heart, once filled with compassion, became consumed by the illusion that love could conquer death, that attachment could defy time. In trying to preserve what he cherished, he destroyed it. In seeking to save Padme, he lost her. And in doing so, he revealed one of life's most painful truths, that love, without freedom, is not love at all, it is possession. Anakin's story begins not with ambition, but longing. As a boy on Tatooine, he dreamed of freeing his mother and escaping the bondage of slavery. The love he felt for her was his guiding star, innocent, pure, unbreakable. But it was also shadowed by helplessness. He grew up believing that to love meant to suffer, that to care deeply was to invite loss. When the Jedi took him from his home, they freed his body but not his fear. Their code forbade attachment, demanding emotional detachment as the price of enlightenment. In trying to make him a vessel of calm, they ignored the storm within. That contradiction, between the human heart and institutional dogma, would one day tear the galaxy apart. The Jedi believed that love led to fear, and fear to the dark side. They were half right. Love can indeed lead to fear, but only when it is rooted in possession. The problem was not that Anakin loved, but that he believed love could be owned, preserved, controlled. When he dreamed of Padme's death, he could not accept it as part of life's natural flow. He saw her not as a soul to cherish but as a possession to protect. That mindset, born from trauma and reinforced by the Jedi's emotional repression, became the foundation of his fall. It is the same paradox that haunts humanity. The desire to freeze what must evolve, to hold on to what must pass. Across history and psychology, the same pattern repeats. When power and affection intertwine, the line between devotion and domination blurs. In personal relationships, it manifests as jealousy and control; in politics, as tyranny disguised as protection. Many leaders, like Anakin, begin with good intentions, to safeguard their people, their ideals, their loved ones, yet their fear of loss drives them to impose order at any cost. The result is always the same: love turns to control, control to oppression, and oppression to tragedy. From Caesar's empire to modern regimes, from family relationships to global systems, the fall begins with the same whisper: if I can just hold on tighter, nothing will be lost. Padme Amidala saw this long before Anakin did. Her words on Mustafar, "Anakin, you're breaking my heart," are not just sorrow, they are prophecy. She understood that his attempt to save her was, in truth, an attempt to possess her. His love was no longer a gift but a demand, no longer partnership but domination. This is the ultimate expression of fear disguised as love, the belief that control is care. In psychological terms, it mirrors what therapists call anxious attachment, when affection becomes anxiety and closeness becomes suffocation. The more we fear losing someone, the more tightly we cling, until the very act of holding drives them away. The Jedi Council failed to see that their denial of love was just another form of control. They preached detachment to avoid the pain of loss, believing that serenity required suppression. But serenity achieved through denial is fragile. It breeds hypocrisy and alienation. Anakin needed guidance in navigating emotion, not instruction to erase it. The Jedi's cold rationality and the Sith's unrestrained passion are two extremes of the same imbalance, both rooted in the inability to love without ownership. The irony is profound. The Jedi, in denying attachment, and the Sith, in embracing it, both misunderstand love. True love neither denies emotion nor drowns in it. It flows freely, unbound by fear or possession. It liberates rather than enslaves. Anakin's downfall also reflects humanity's obsession with control over mortality. His fear of Padme's death parallels our own fear of impermanence. We build technologies to defy aging, monuments to outlast time, and legacies to preserve memory, yet all are attempts to freeze what is meant to change. In every era, people have sought immortality through power or creation, but few have accepted the truth that impermanence is what gives love its beauty. As the Japanese philosophy of mono no aware teaches, the fleeting nature of life enhances its value. The flower is precious because it fades. Padme's death was not the end of Anakin's love, but the test of it, a test he failed by refusing to let go. There is a haunting symmetry between Anakin's fear of loss and the Sith's lust for domination. Both arise from the same wound, the inability to accept vulnerability. The Sith promise freedom through control, but control is the opposite of freedom. When Anakin pledged himself to Sid IOUs, he believed he was gaining power to protect Padme. In reality, he surrendered to the one thing he feared most, his own helplessness. Every authoritarian system operates on the same illusion, that if enough power is consolidated, chaos can be defeated. But chaos is not an enemy, it is a condition of existence. The attempt to eliminate it destroys balance. What the Sith call order is merely fear with armor on. In business, leadership, and personal ambition, the same truth applies. Many chase success not from passion but from fear, fear of irrelevance, failure, or loss of status. They call it ambition, but it is attachment in disguise. Like Anakin, they believe control ensures safety, yet it only deepens the void. The most successful leaders, from Nelson Mandela to Satya Nadella, have demonstrated the opposite, that empathy and surrender to uncertainty create sustainable power. True leadership, like true love, is about stewardship, not ownership. The moment one seeks to possess what one leads, corruption begins. Padme's tragedy lies in her clarity. She saw the man Anakin was and the darkness he was becoming, yet she believed love could reach him. And perhaps, for a moment, it did. When she told Obi-Wan that there is still good in him, she was speaking a truth that even Vader could not extinguish. Her belief in his goodness planted the seed of redemption that Luke would one day nurture. Love may fall, but it does not vanish. Like the Force, it flows through generations, transforming form but never essence. Anakin's redemption through Luke is the ultimate proof that love, even when twisted by possession, can be reborn as compassion. In psychology, this transformation is known as reattachment, the process by which damaged forms of love are healed through vulnerability. Luke did what no Jedi before him had done. He loved without fear, without control, without expectation. He saw his father not as a monster to be destroyed but as a soul to be understood. That act of unconditional acceptance broke the cycle of fear that began on Tatooine. It teaches that healing does not come from fighting darkness, but from embracing the humanity within it. In the real world, this principle fuels reconciliation movements, therapy, and even diplomacy. To love someone, or a nation, or an idea, is to let it be imperfect, and to work toward its better self without domination. The fall of Anakin Skywalker is, therefore, not only a cautionary tale about power but a meditation on love's dual nature. Love can be salvation or destruction depending on whether it seeks connection or control. When it is guided by compassion, it liberates. When it is ruled by fear, it consumes. Every human being faces that choice, in relationships, in leadership, in life itself. The same force that can heal the galaxy can also enslave it, depending on the heart that wields it. The choice between light and dark is not about power but about intention. In our time, we see reflections of Anakin's fall in countless forms, in relationships poisoned by jealousy, in nations that claim to protect their citizens by stripping away their rights, in companies that destroy environments to preserve profit. These are not acts of evil born from hatred, but from the same fear that drove a young Jedi to betray his own. The tragedy of Anakin Skywalker endures because it speaks to the universal human condition, our struggle to love without losing ourselves. His redemption reminds us that even after we fail, the possibility of renewal remains, not through control, but through surrender. To love, in the truest sense, is to let go. It is to recognize that beauty exists in impermanence, that connection is strengthened, not weakened, by freedom. When Obi-Wan looked upon the dying Anakin and said, "You were my brother, Anakin. I loved you," the tragedy was complete, but the message was eternal. Love cannot save what refuses to be free. Yet even in failure, it leaves behind the seeds of hope. Luke's compassion, Rey's empathy, even Ben Solo's final act of redemption, all grow from the soil of Anakin's fallen love. The story of Anakin Skywalker is not simply about the dangers of passion, it is about the necessity of surrender. To love without fear is the rarest courage, the highest form of wisdom. It is the light that endures beyond darkness. For in the end, the greatest tragedy of the Chosen One was not that he fell, but that he believed love meant possession. And the greatest triumph of those who followed was realizing that love, when set free, can heal even the darkest soul. The galaxy pauses. Not in silence, but in reflection, as if the Force itself takes a breath between the notes of its eternal song. We have journeyed through the early lessons of the Jedi, wandered into the heart of darkness, and watched a hero's light flicker beneath the weight of fear. And now, before we move forward, we find ourselves suspended between what has been learned and what has yet to be revealed, the quiet middle space where wisdom settles. We began with the living force, that unseen current flowing through all things, the reminder that belief and intuition are not opposites of reason but its companions. Then we turn to balance, to the dance of light and dark, the eternal rhythm that governs galaxies and human souls alike. We faced fear, that small, invisible enemy which conquers empires and corrupts hearts, and we witnessed love's descent into possession, where devotion became domination. These lessons, though told through the myths of Jedi and Sith, are not distant fables. They are reflections of the world we live in, of the choices we make each day between faith and doubt, balance and control, love and fear. The story of Star Wars has always been a mirror, not of who we imagine ourselves to be, but of who we truly are when the masks fall away. It teaches that greatness is not measured by victory but by the struggle to remain human in the face of power. Keegan's quiet faith, Yoda's ancient wisdom, Luke's compassion, and Anakin's tragic hunger for control are not separate paths, they are one journey seen through different eyes. Each of them reminds us that the Force, whatever we call it in our own world, is not some distant energy but a reflection of our choices, our relationships, our ability to connect without consuming. As we move forward, our focus will shift. The next chapters will lift our gaze from the inner battles of the soul to the broader currents that shape societies and civilizations. We will watch as democracy falters and tyranny rises, as ideals are tested by ambition and freedom struggles against the law of order. The fall of the Republic and the rise of the Empire are not only galactic tragedies, they are political parables, reflections of how fear, greed, and complacency transform nations. Just as Anakin's soul collapsed under the weight of control, so too can entire systems collapse when the pursuit of safety outweighs the courage to remain free. But before diving into the storms of politics and rebellion, we linger here for a moment, in the stillness of reflection. What do these early lessons teach us about ourselves? That faith without awareness becomes blindness. That balance is not peace without conflict, but the harmony born of struggle. That fear, when left unchecked, builds cages around the soul. And that love, unless set free, becomes the very chain it seeks to break. These truths are not confined to the Jedi Temple or the Senate halls of Coruscant, they echo through boardrooms, classrooms, homes, and hearts. They define the difference between wisdom and arrogance, between connection and isolation. There is something profoundly human in the way the Star Wars universe invites us to feel rather than simply understand. We don't admire Yoda's words because they are philosophical, we admire them because they feel true. His teachings are not commandments but invitations, to look inward, to sit quietly, to listen. The same stillness that guided Luke on Dagobah can guide us in the chaos of our own times. The same courage that allowed Leia to stand unflinching before empires can inspire every voice that speaks truth in the face of power. The same compassion that redeemed Darth Vader can heal the fractures of a divided world. And so, as we turn toward the next stage of our journey, the scope will widen. The galaxy will grow louder, the stakes larger, and the questions deeper. What happens when entire civilizations succumb to fear? When liberty becomes luxury, and justice a casualty of convenience? What can the rebellion teach us about leadership, unity, and hope in times of despair? The Force, once an intimate whisper, will now echo through the halls of politics, war, and ideology, testing not just individuals, but the soul of societies. Yet even as we prepare to explore those vast, turbulent themes, we must remember where this journey began, in stillness. In the unseen, in the quiet pulse that binds life together. The living force is not just the foundation of the galaxy, it is the foundation of understanding. Every war, every act of heroism or treachery, every triumph and tragedy that follows will grow from that same source. The battles to come will not simply be between empires and rebels, but between harmony and chaos, compassion and fear, awareness and denial. The chapters ahead will take us into the corridors of power, to the Senate that decayed into tyranny, to the generals who fought not only enemies but themselves, and to the ordinary beings who discovered that rebellion begins with a single act of hope. The story will expand, but the thread will remain unbroken. For even as the galaxy spins through conflict and change, the Force, like truth, endures. So breathe, reader. Let the silence between stars settle. Remember what we have learned, but hold space for what is yet to come. The next part of our journey will demand not only reflection but courage, the courage to see the patterns of the galaxy within the patterns of our own world. The lessons of faith, balance, fear, and love are not the end of understanding, but the beginning of vision. Beyond the horizon lies the Republic's fall, the rise of rebellion, and the discovery that even in darkness, hope flickers like a distant star, waiting, always, to be found. If the early lessons of the Jedi teach us anything, it is that the Force is not a distant mystery but the invisible architecture of existence, the pulse that moves through all things, seen and unseen. Obi-Wan described it best: it surrounds us and penetrates us, it binds the galaxy together. These words, simple and ancient, capture one of the most profound truths of both science and spirit, that nothing, in the deepest sense, is separate. The galaxies of Star Wars may be light years apart, but they are held together by one shared rhythm, one unifying breath. In that way, the Force is not unlike the great systems that bind our own world, the ecosystems of nature, the networks of human society, and the intricate, unseen relationships that define every moment of life. In the Star Wars universe, the Force is more than magic, it is the physics of connection. The Jedi do not create it, they align with it. The Sith do not invent darkness, they distort the current for personal gain. When Obi-Wan tells Luke to stretch out with your feelings, he is not teaching mysticism, he is teaching awareness, the ability to sense the interdependence of all things. It is the same wisdom echoed by ancient philosophies on Earth, from Buddhism's concept of pratyasamupta, the interdependence of all phenomena, to the Stoic idea of sympathia, the cosmic unity that binds every living being. In every culture, across every age, humanity has returned to the same realization: we are not isolated individuals moving through space, we are expressions of a shared, living web. Science, too, has come to confirm what myth has long intuited. In physics, energy is never lost, it only transforms. The same particles that once burned in the hearts of stars now form our bodies, our oceans, our breath. Every atom in existence is part of an eternal cycle of transformation, echoing the Jedi belief that luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. In ecology, the same truth unfolds through the balance of life and death, the nutrients of decay feeding the seeds of renewal. The forests of Ender and the deserts of Tatooine may seem like backdrops for adventure, but in them lies an unspoken message: nature's harmony is the truest expression of the Force. When balance is preserved, life flourishes. When it is disrupted, decay spreads, not as punishment, but as consequence. Consider the fall of Naboo's ecosystem under the influence of greed and war. The lush world of Queen Amidala's youth, with its symbiosis between humans and the underwater Gungans, was a metaphor for cooperation. When conflict and pride broke that harmony, the planet itself suffered. Lucas often embedded such symbolism deliberately. In interviews, he described the Force as a synthesis of religion, science, and ecology, a moral energy field reflecting both natural order and human responsibility. In this way, Star Wars becomes a myth for the environmental age, a reminder that every decision, from how we treat one another to how we treat the planet, ripples through an interconnected whole. The industrial heart of the Empire, the Death Star, the Star Destroyer fleets, the mechanized armies, represents the triumph of separation. To the Empire, the galaxy is not a living network but a collection of resources to be controlled. Planets are stripped, species enslaved, and cultures erased in pursuit of efficiency and power. It is a vision of technological domination divorced from empathy, a reflection of what happens when humanity forgets its connection to the living web. In our own world, we see the same warning in the depletion of ecosystems, the pollution of oceans, the widening gaps between human communities. When we behave like the Empire, taking without balance, creating without conscience, we destroy not only the environment but the Force within ourselves. Yet the rebellion, fragile and outnumbered, thrives precisely because it embodies connection. It is not built on uniformity but unity, on individuals of different worlds, species, and beliefs coming together under a shared purpose. The Rebel Alliance mirrors the Force itself, diverse, interwoven, alive with the tension of difference. Their strength lies not in power, but in cooperation, in the willingness to listen and adapt. When Luke trusts his instincts to destroy the Death Star, he closes his targeting computer and surrenders to connection. The millions who believe in him, the memory of Obi-Wan, the living force of all that surrounds him, these converge in one decisive act of alignment. His victory is not technical but spiritual, not domination but harmony. This idea, that awareness of connection creates strength, extends far beyond the mythic. In leadership and business, the same principle governs success. A company that operates as a closed system, focused only on profit, eventually collapses under its own isolation. One that listens, learns, and responds to the needs of its ecosystem, employees, customers, communities, and planet, grows sustainably. Systems theory in economics and ecology both teach that resilience comes from interdependence, not isolation. The Force, viewed through this lens, becomes a metaphor for organizational balance, the invisible network of relationships that sustains vitality and innovation. When Qui-Gon Jinn spoke of the living force, he hinted at this same truth, that life is not static, but fluid. Every being contributes something to the whole, whether through action, intention, or presence. Even the smallest creature affects the galaxy, as Jar Jar Binks' accidental courage proved when it helped unite Naboo's divided species. The lesson is humbling. Significance is not measured by power but by participation. The same holds true in the real world. A teacher shaping one student's life, a voter casting a ballot, a citizen planting a tree, each act ripples outward through the web of existence. The mythic becomes practical when we see the Force not as fantasy, but as metaphor for responsibility. There is a moment in The Last Jedi when Luke explains to Rey that the Force does not belong to the Jedi, nor does it die with them. It's the energy between all things, he says. A tension, a balance, that binds the universe together. This is perhaps the most mature definition ever given within the saga, a departure from religious ownership toward universal inclusivity. It suggests that the Force is not about dominance but awareness. In a divided world, this idea feels revolutionary. Whether we speak of the environment, society, or technology, the illusion of separation is humanity's most persistent delusion. We isolate ourselves through ideology, race, class, and belief, forgetting that harm done to one part of the system inevitably affects the whole. The Force, in its simplicity, dissolves that illusion. In modern times, the study of networks, biological, digital, and social, reveals patterns strikingly similar to the mythology of the Force. The brain's neural web, the internet's architecture, and even the structure of galaxies all follow similar mathematical laws of connection. Every node, every point of light, is part of a larger harmony. When balance is lost, the network weakens. When cooperation thrives, the system flourishes. What the Jedi sensed through meditation, science now maps in code and color. The mystery that once belonged to temples and masters now unfolds on screens and telescopes, reminding us that myth and reality are often two languages describing the same truth. Yet, knowledge alone does not ensure wisdom. The Empire's technology was unmatched, but its vision was blind. In our own age, we face the same temptation, to believe that progress and connection are the same. We are more connected digitally than at any time in history, yet isolation and division grow deeper. The Force that binds us technologically does not always unite us emotionally. True connection requires empathy, the ability to feel another's experience as your own. The Jedi understood that the Force could only be felt through serenity and compassion. The same principle applies to modern society. Data connects information, but compassion connects people. Without the latter, all our networks become cold machinery. There is wisdom, too, in the way the Force flows through the smallest of moments. When Rey lifts the stones to free her friends, it is not strength but clarity that moves them. When Grogu reaches out to heal, it is innocence that channels the energy. These acts remind us that connection is not achieved through grand gestures, but through intention, through presence. Every relationship, every act of kindness or cruelty, sends ripples through the living field of existence. We may not see the outcomes, but the Force, in its infinite patience, carries them forward. As the galaxy story unfolds, those who align with the Force, not merely use it, become conduits for harmony. Yoda once said, "A Jedi uses the Force for knowledge and defense, never for attack." The same could be said of wisdom itself. Knowledge seeks to understand, control seeks to dominate. When humanity learns to act in partnership with the systems that sustain it, social, ecological, moral, it acts in harmony with the living Force. When it seeks to conquer those systems for gain, imbalance spreads. The health of our world depends on remembering that every choice is connected, every life is woven into the same unseen tapestry. The Force, then, is not only a story of mystics and warriors, it is a philosophy of responsibility. It calls us to awareness, to recognize that our power, however small, influences the whole. To pollute a river, to exploit a worker, to ignore a cry for help, these are not isolated acts. They ripple outward, weakening the field. But so too do compassion, innovation, and courage. Every time we choose empathy over apathy, cooperation over domination, we strengthen the Force, or, in more familiar terms, the health of the living world. And perhaps that is why the Force continues to resonate, long after the final credits fade. Because it reminds us of what we already know but too often forget, that we are not separate from the world, from one another, or from the consequences of our actions. We are participants in a shared energy that transcends time, form, and belief. Whether we call it nature, community, consciousness, or the Force itself, it asks of us the same thing: to live with awareness, to act with compassion, and to remember that in every gesture, great or small, we are shaping the balance of the universe. The hum of a lightsaber, when ignited, is not just the sound of energy, it is the sound of focus, of awareness refined to a single point. NT. A Jedi's weapon is not an instrument of aggression, but of presence. It reflects the discipline of its wielder, a mirror to the stillness within. The Jedi path has always been less about combat than about clarity, less about control than about surrender to awareness. Their true mastery lies not in their ability to move mountains with the Force, but in their ability to still the storm within themselves. In that stillness, they become vessels of balance, agents of peace in a galaxy addicted to conflict. Their meditation is their shield, their discipline their compass. Meditation, in the Star Wars universe, is not ceremony, it is survival. The galaxy's turmoil mirrors the chaos of the mind, and only through stillness can one see the path clearly. When Yoda closes his eyes in the swamps of Dagobah, when Luke gazes into the twin suns of Tatooine, when Rey steadies her breath before facing Kylo Ren, these moments are not pauses between action but the essence of it. They reveal a truth known to mystics and philosophers throughout human history: clarity precedes power. The one who acts without reflection becomes consumed by reaction. The one who observes before acting moves with purpose. The Jedi do not seek to escape emotion, but to understand it, to see it without being ruled by it. That is the foundation of mindfulness. In our own world, this same principle has emerged at the crossroads of science and spirit. Modern neuroscience now confirms what the Jedi have always known: a calm mind perceives truth more clearly. Studies in mindfulness meditation show that consistent practice rewires the brain, strengthening regions associated with focus, empathy, and emotional regulation while quieting those that feed fear and impulsivity. The practice does not erase emotion, it transforms it. Fear becomes awareness, anger becomes energy, grief becomes compassion. In this way, mindfulness is not suppression but transmutation, just as the Force flows through the Jedi, shaped by their state of being. Yoda's lessons to Luke on Dagobah remain among the most profound depictions of this truth. When Luke grows impatient, Yoda reminds him that the future is always in motion and that his focus must remain on the present. never his mind on where he was. Yoda laments what he was doing. This line captures the essence of modern anxiety. Humanity has mastered travel through air and space, communication across continents, and simulation of reality itself, yet struggles to inhabit a single moment fully. The Jedi's strength lies in presence, in the radical act of being here and now. It is not mystical escapism, but a call to engagement. To be mindful is to be fully alive in the present moment, unburdened by the ghosts of the past or the illusions of the future. The lightsaber itself symbolizes this harmony of focus and flow. Constructed through meditation, its crystal attuned to the Force user's essence, it serves as a physical reminder that mastery of the external world begins with mastery of the internal one. Each Jedi's blade is unique because each mind is unique. In the act of building it, they confront themselves, their fears, attachments, and intentions. The Kyber crystal responds not to command but to alignment. When a Sith bleeds a crystal red, it is not the color of power but of pain, the manifestation of corruption, of energy forced into submission. The Jedi's blue and green hues, by contrast, represent calm purpose and contemplation. Even the colors speak the language of balance. Mindfulness, however, is not passivity. It is not retreat from the world but deep participation in it. The Jedi meditate not to escape conflict, but to enter it with clarity. In our own lives, mindfulness functions in the same way. The surgeon steadies her breath before a delicate procedure. The athlete slows his pulse before the moment of impact. The leader pauses before responding in anger. These acts of stillness are not weakness, they are strength refined into precision. In an era defined by distraction and speed, stillness has become an act of rebellion. To pause is to reclaim the one resource that cannot be replicated, attention. Yet mindfulness, both in the galaxy far away and in our own, is often misunderstood. Many see it as detachment, a withdrawal from feeling. The Jedi were accused of this often, and not without reason. Their pursuit of serenity sometimes drifted into numbness, their rejection of attachment into denial. True mindfulness, however, does not erase emotion, it observes it without attachment. The Jedi's greatest masters, like Keegan and Luke in his later years, understood this nuance. Keegan felt deeply yet did not cling. Luke, after years of exile and failure, rediscovered mindfulness not as denial but as acceptance, the ability to act from love without demanding outcome. This distinction separates peace from indifference, wisdom from apathy. In modern psychology, this principle aligns with emotional intelligence, the ability to recognize, understand, and regulate one's emotions while empathizing with others. Leaders who cultivate this trait create harmony in teams, individuals who practice it create harmony in relationships. The Jedi, for all their mysticism, were essentially students of emotional intelligence. Their training was not to suppress emotion but to master its flow. When Anakin lost this balance, his emotions became chains rather than channels. His story remains a warning that mindfulness without compassion, or discipline without self-understanding, becomes repression, and repression breeds collapse. The practice of meditation in the Jedi Order reflects humanity's oldest traditions of self-awareness. The posture of a meditating Jedi mirrors the seated Buddhas of the East, their breath the same rhythm of the Taoist sage. Even the Jedi Code echoes the wisdom of the ancient world: there is no emotion, there is peace. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. This mantra is not a denial of life but a guide to moving through it consciously. Peace does not mean emptiness, it means equanimity. Harmony does not mean absence of conflict, it means integration. The Code, at its best, teaches how to exist in the flow of life without being carried away by it. In business, politics, and everyday life, this Jedi philosophy finds practical application. Mindful leaders create environments of focus and trust. They listen deeply, speak intentionally, and act decisively without haste. Mindfulness in the workplace increases productivity not because it makes people docile, but because it connects them to themselves, to their work, and to each other. In times of crisis, mindfulness turns panic into problem solving. It transforms reaction into response. The Jedi path, stripped of its mysticism, is a manual for leadership in an age of noise. But mindfulness also reveals uncomfortable truths. To sit in silence is to confront the self, the fears, regrets, and desires that constant motion conceals. This is why many resist it. The mind, like a restless droid, seeks distraction when asked to be still. Yet it is in that stillness that growth begins. The Jedi's power did not come from their weapons or the Force, but from their willingness to face themselves. The same courage is required of us. Whether through meditation, reflection, or honest conversation, awareness demands vulnerability. It asks us to see not just the light we wish to project, but the shadows we often ignore. The greatest demonstration of Jedi mindfulness is found in the simplest moments. When Luke stands on H2, watching the waves crash against the cliffs, he embodies surrender. His exile is not defeat, but contemplation. He has learned that to save the galaxy, he must first understand it, and to understand it, he must quiet himself. This mirrors the ancient truth that action without reflection leads to repetition. Without stillness, history becomes a loop of mistakes. The Jedi meditated not to avoid conflict, but to break its cycle. To act from peace rather than pain, that is their truest mastery. Mindfulness also teaches humility. To sense the Force is to recognize one's smallness within a vast whole. The Jedi do not see themselves as gods but as guardians. Yoda's tiny stature and immense wisdom capture this paradox perfectly. True strength requires no display. In our own age of self-promotion and noise, humility has become a lost art. Yet humility, as mindfulness teaches, is not self-deprecation, it is awareness without ego. It allows us to learn, to listen, to grow. The most effective leaders, like the wisest Jedi, act not from pride but from purpose. They understand that influence is stewardship, not ownership. In the end, the Jedi path of meditation and mindfulness is not about perfection, it is about presence. The galaxy's turmoil, like the world's, will never cease. But within that motion, there exists a space of stillness where clarity lives. The Jedi found it through meditation, we can find it through awareness, in the quiet moment before speaking, the deep breath before deciding, the willingness to see rather than react. The Force, after all, is not a reward for enlightenment, it is the current that flows through awareness itself. The hum of a lightsaber fades, and in its silence, a deeper music begins, the sound of consciousness aligning with creation. That is where true mastery begins, not in power over others, but in peace within oneself. The Jedi teach that when the mind is still, the Force moves freely. The same is true of life. The more we quiet the noise of fear, ambition, and distraction, the more we hear the symphony that has always been playing, the rhythm of the living Force, the pulse of awareness, the voice that whispers through every breath, be here. Now. Empires do not begin with conquest. They begin with fear, complacency, and the slow erosion of trust. The Galactic Republic, for all its ideals of peace and unity, was not destroyed in a single battle or by the swing of a lightsaber. It decayed quietly, from within, undone by bureaucracy, greed, and the illusion of permanence. What began as a noble system of governance meant to bring balance to the galaxy became the breeding ground for its own destruction. The fall of the Republic is not simply a tale of politics in a faraway galaxy, it is the anatomy of every civilization that forgets that democracy is not self-sustaining. It must be protected, renewed, and believed in, or it dies, not with revolution, but with applause. The Republic's foundation rested on representation and cooperation. Thousands of star systems, each unique in culture and interest, sent delegates to the Galactic Senate on Coruscant. In theory, this system embodied fairness, a harmony of voices united under law. Yet over time, the Senate grew bloated, its ideals buried beneath procedure. The very mechanisms that once ensured justice became tools of stagnation. Senators debated endlessly while corruption spread like a virus. Wealth concentrated in the core worlds while the outer rims suffered neglect. The result was not unity, but resentment. When inequality widens, democracy withers, because people no longer see themselves reflected in its promises. The Republic's paralysis mirrors the slow decay of trust that marks the decline of all great systems, Rome, Weimar, and even the fragile democracies of our own age. At the heart of this decay lay detachment, the same flaw that weakened the Jedi. The Republic's leaders had forgotten that governance is not a performance but a service. They mistook procedure for progress, debate for action. As chancellor after chancellor rose and fell, the bureaucracy became its own living organism, self-preserving, indifferent to the suffering it was meant to address. Naboo's crisis in The Phantom Menace exposed this failure. When a small planet cried out against invasion, the Senate responded not with aid, but with committees. Corruption had become so normalized that justice was indistinguishable from convenience. Power, left unchecked by integrity, had turned freedom into formality. Into this vacuum stepped Chief Palpatine, a man who understood that the line between democracy and dictatorship is not crossed through force, but through persuasion. His genius lay not in domination but in deception. He did not seize power, he was given it. "I will restore order," he promised, a refrain that echoes through every century of human politics. Faced with crisis and fear, people do not ask for liberty, they ask for stability. History remembers the tyrants who took power, but forgets the citizens who applauded them. Palpatine's rise mirrors the most dangerous pattern of governance, when fear becomes currency, and the public mistakes security for peace. The Republic's Senate cheered as it voted away its own freedom, proving that democracy dies not when it is overthrown, but when it loses its faith in itself. The Trade Federation's manipulation of law, the corporate influence over policy, and the Senate's failure to act all echo the pitfalls of our own political systems. When lobbying replaces leadership, when power aligns with profit, democracy becomes performance. Coruscant shining towers, built on layers of poverty below, were not unlike the skyscrapers of any modern capital, symbols of progress that hide inequality. The outer rim, left vulnerable and exploited, became a mirror of forgotten regions in our world where prosperity never reaches. The Republic's failure was not a single act of betrayal, but the accumulation of countless small compromises, each justified, each eroding the foundation of trust a little more. In that sense, the Republic's decline is not just a story about politics, but about the psychology of institutions. When systems grow large, they lose intimacy. When they lose intimacy, they lose empathy. The Senate no longer saw the suffering of distant worlds as real, only as numbers on a datapad, as statistics in a debate. Bureaucracy replaced compassion, and abstraction replaced accountability. It is the same process by which modern societies lose touch with their citizens, corporations with their workers, and leaders with their humanity. The Jedi, seated as keepers of peace, became symbols of a distant authority, revered, but resented. Their detachment mirrored the Senate's, and together they became the face of a system too rigid to heal itself. And yet, the Republic's collapse was not inevitable. It could have been saved, had it remembered the humility of service, the courage of reform, and the discipline of balance. When Padme Amidala pleaded, "So this is how liberty dies," with thunderous applause, she was not speaking only to her time. She was speaking to ours. Every generation faces its own version of that moment, when the promise of safety outweighs the duty of freedom. When voices of dissent are dismissed as inconvenience. When fear becomes a tool, and hope becomes naive. The lesson of the Republic's fall is that no democracy is ever truly destroyed from the outside. It collapses when those within it forget what it stands for. Throughout history, civilizations have followed this same arc. The Roman Republic succumbed to Caesar not through invasion, but exhaustion. The Weimar Republic paved the way for dictatorship through chaos and fear. Even modern societies, armed with information and technology, are not immune. The more complex a system becomes, the more fragile it grows, not because complexity is weakness, but because it demands greater empathy to hold it together. When citizens lose faith in their institutions, they stop participating. When participation fades, corruption fills the void. The Republic's tragedy was not its size, but its loss of spirit. It forgot that democracy is not a structure of law, but a state of consciousness, a collective belief that justice is worth the effort it requires. Palpatine exploited this loss masterfully. He understood that the quickest path to tyranny is through the language of virtue. His every move was cloaked in legality, every act of deceit was justified as defense. By the time the Senate realized what it had created, it was too late. The transformation from republic to empire was not a coup, it was evolution. The same senators who had pledged allegiance to democracy now pledged allegiance to the emperor. Fear of chaos had replaced love of freedom. This dynamic mirrors the psychological principle of learned helplessness. When people are conditioned to believe their actions no longer matter, they stop resisting. Power fills the vacuum left by apathy. The Jedi, too, were complicit. Their loyalty to the Republic blinded them to its decay. Bound by dogma and bureaucracy, they became enforcers rather than guides, soldiers rather than sages. The Clone Wars, meant to preserve peace, became a machine that normalized conflict. In fighting to save democracy, the Jedi became instruments of its downfall, a tragic irony that mirrors the cycles of our own world, where institutions meant to protect liberty often become entangled in the systems that erode it. The Jedi Order's failure was not moral corruption but institutional rigidity. They could not adapt to a new kind of war, one fought not with armies, but with ideas. And yet, hope never fully disappears. Even as the Republic crumbled, its ideals survived, carried by those who refused to surrender to cynicism. Bail Organa, Mon Mothma, and a handful of quiet believers preserved the ember of democracy until it could ignite again as rebellion. This resilience mirrors the endurance of conscience in all societies. History shows that when systems fail, the spirit of justice often retreats underground, into art, education, and small acts of courage, until the moment comes to rise again. The Republic's rebirth in the Rebel Alliance is proof that ideals, though buried, do not die. They wait for those brave enough to remember. In the modern world, the lessons of the Republic feel urgent. Democracies today face many of the same dangers: polarization, disinformation, concentration of wealth, and the erosion of public trust. Each new technology that promises connection brings new opportunities for control. Each crisis that demands unity tempts leaders toward consolidation of power. The story of the Republic warns us that freedom cannot survive on convenience. It requires vigilance, humility, and participation. As Yoda might say, complacency, the shadow of democracy, is. The moment citizens believe that freedom sustains itself, it begins to fade. The Republic's fall also reminds us that systems reflect the state of the souls within them. A just society cannot be built on fear any more than a balanced mind can thrive on anger. The health of a democracy depends on the mindfulness of its citizens, on their ability to listen, question, and choose empathy over division. The Force, in this context, becomes a metaphor for civic virtue, the unseen energy that connects people in trust, cooperation, and shared purpose. When that energy darkens with cynicism, the system collapses. When it brightens with belief, the galaxy heals. Perhaps that is why Star Wars resonates so deeply beyond its fantasy. It is not only a story of space battles and heroes, but of governance and conscience, of how civilizations rise, fall, and rebuild. The Republic's decline teaches that power alone cannot preserve freedom, only character can. And character is not the property of leaders, but of people, of citizens who refuse to trade their agency for comfort. The Senate fell not because evil triumphed, but because good grew tired. Every generation faces that same test. The question is not whether empires will rise again, they always do, but whether enough hearts will remain awake to resist them. Democracy, like the Force, must be felt, practiced, said, and renewed. It is not a destination but a discipline, one that demands awareness, humility, and courage. The Republic fell because it forgot that truth. Our world, still learning, must not. For in every vote, every act of conscience, every stand against apathy, the Republic is reborn, not on Coruscant, but within each of us. The force of democracy, like the living force itself, is fragile, invisible, and eternal, waiting to be awakened by those who still believe. When the Republic fell, there was no thunderous conquest or sweeping rebellion. There was only a single voice, calm, measured, and reassuring, declaring, in order to ensure the security and continuing stability, the Republic will be reorganized into the First Galactic Empire, for a safe and secure society. And the Senate applauded. It was not a coup. It was consent. Tyranny did not arrive in darkness, it arrived cloaked in the promise of light. That moment, chilling in its serenity, captures one of the most profound truths of human history. Authoritarianism rarely forces its way in, it is invited. The birth of the Empire was the logical conclusion of the Republic's decay. Systems once designed to check power had become paralyzed, citizens disillusioned by corruption now longed for order. Palpatine understood this perfectly. His rise was not a display of brute strength but of psychological mastery. He manipulated perception, weaponized fear, and built an empire on the most seductive of illusions, that control brings safety. His transformation from Chancellor to Emperor was a performance in slow motion, a lesson in how power consolidates when vigilance fades. It is a pattern as old as civilization: chaos creates fear, fear demands control, and control becomes tyranny. In this, Palpatine resembles the great manipulators of history, figures who rose not by defeating democracies, but by convincing them to surrender willingly. Like Augustus after the Roman civil wars, like Hitler after the collapse of Weimar, he promised restoration. To a weary republic, those words sounded like salvation. "I will restore order" is the anthem of every despot. It begins as a whisper of reassurance and ends as a declaration of dominion. Palpatine understood that the human psyche, when afraid, seeks clarity even at the cost of freedom. His genius was to offer not truth, but certainty. The architecture of the Empire was built not merely on force, but on spectacle. Its fleets and fortresses were symbols, visible manifestations of control. The Death Star, vast and cold, was not constructed to fight wars but to end them before they began. It was deterrence made tangible, a weapon of psychological domination. In Palpatine's galaxy, fear replaced faith. Obedience was no longer earned but engineered. Every citizen knew the cost of defiance, every planet understood the futility of resistance. It is a familiar equation, one replicated throughout human history: when fear becomes policy, freedom becomes memory. The tragedy of the Empire lies not in its cruelty, but in its efficiency. For many, life under the new order seemed calmer. Trade routes stabilized, piracy waned, and the chaos of the Clone Wars faded. The trains, or in this case, the starships, ran on time. That surface-level peace is the hallmark of totalitarianism. Tyranny often presents itself as tidiness, an end to disorder. The Empire's bureaucratic machine absorbed billions into its rhythm, offering structure in place of meaning. The illusion of peace numbed the conscience of the galaxy. For most citizens, survival replaced freedom as the measure of prosperity. This pattern is not unique to Star Wars. In the real world, authoritarian regimes thrive on the same psychology. They promise protection from chaos, real or imagined, and justify control as compassion. Surveillance becomes security, censorship becomes stability, and silence becomes civility. As Palpatine once told Anakin, all who gain power are afraid to lose it. That fear is not limited to rulers, it infects the ruled. The desire to feel safe, to avoid uncertainty, makes societies complicit in their own submission. The Empire is not merely Palpatine's creation, it is the manifestation of the galaxy's collective fear. The symbolism of the Empire's design reinforces this truth. Coruscant Senate chambers, once filled with diverse voices, became silent under banners of uniform red. The clone troopers, once noble defenders, became faceless instruments of obedience. Individuality was erased in favor of sameness, armor replacing identity, rank replacing conscience. Even the architecture changed. The sleek organic forms of the Republic gave way to sharp, imposing geometry, a visual metaphor for rigidity. Art and culture, once expressions of spirit, were replaced by propaganda. The Empire's visual language was precision without soul, control without compassion. In its cold symmetry, we see the death of imagination. And yet, tyranny cannot sustain itself without belief. Palpatine's manipulation extended beyond politics into philosophy. He reframed freedom as instability, individuality as weakness. His empire became a religion of order, and its creed was fear. Every oppressive system in history has done the same, replacing shared humanity with hierarchy, empathy with efficiency. The moral corrosion begins subtly. Citizens start to believe that obedience is virtue, that questioning authority is selfish. Once that belief takes root, control no longer requires chains. The mind polices itself. The Force may bind the galaxy together, but fear can just as easily bind it in silence. What makes the rise of the Empire so haunting is that it feels inevitable. Watching the prequels, one senses that every warning goes unheeded. The Jedi see the darkness but cannot name it, the Senate sees the corruption but cannot act. The tragedy of awareness without courage plays out in every age. In our own time, we recognize this pattern in how institutions respond to crisis. Climate, inequality, war, the symptoms change, but the pattern remains. Fear grows, trust erodes, and a voice arises offering certainty. The citizens applaud, relieved to be led. The dark side, in this sense, is not an alien force but an ancient habit, the longing to surrender responsibility. But even within the Empire's rise, seeds of rebellion were sown. Every act of oppression carries within it the potential for awakening. The Jedi, though scattered, became symbols of conscience. The people who hid them risked their lives not because they had power, but because they remembered what justice felt like. In totalitarian systems, small acts of humanity become radical. The farmer who shelters a fugitive, the senator who speaks one truth too many, the child who refuses to forget, these are the first sparks of resistance. The Empire's flaw was not its might, but its misunderstanding of life itself. You cannot suppress a galaxy that remembers how to hope. There is a psychological truth to this as well. Fear, when stretched too far, collapses under its own tension. Control breeds resistance because it denies the very thing it seeks to protect, the dignity of choice. Every human system that values obedience over conscience eventually faces rebellion from within. In the Empire's case, the rebellion was not just political but spiritual. It was the return of the living force, the reawakening of awareness. The same principle governs human history. Every authoritarian age eventually gives way to rediscovery of truth, often at great cost, but always with the same outcome: control cannot kill conscience forever. In leadership studies, this is the paradox of power. The tighter an organization clings to control, the less adaptive it becomes. The Empire, for all its strength, was brittle. Its command structure depended entirely on fear, a resource that diminishes over time. By contrast, the rebellion was resilient precisely because it was decentralized, fueled by belief rather than coercion. This principle echoes in modern business, politics, and culture. Systems built on fear may achieve short-term efficiency, but they collapse under the weight of innovation and conscience. Systems built on trust endure. The Death Star, the Empire's ultimate symbol, embodies this flaw perfectly. It represented total control, the power to destroy entire worlds to enforce obedience. But in that power lay blindness. The same arrogance that conceived it ignored the small vulnerability within, a weakness designed by a single man, Galen Erso, who chose conscience over compliance. That small flaw became the instrument of the Empire's undoing. A rebellion of thousands was made possible by one act of quiet defiance. It is poetic justice, the Force reminding us that domination cannot comprehend compassion, and that the smallest act of integrity can unmake the grandest tyranny. In our world, the Death Star exists in many forms, systems so vast and rigid that they believe themselves invincible. Corporations that exploit, governments that surveil, ideologies that claim perfection. Each carries within it a flaw, not of structure, but of spirit. The human heart, unpredictable and empathetic, resists being reduced to machinery. The more a system seeks to suppress that heart, the faster it decays. The Empire's fall, when it came, was not just military, it was moral entropy. It collapsed because it could not comprehend compassion, the very force it sought to erase. And so, the rise of the Empire teaches us not merely about politics, but about perception. Tyranny does not conquer, it seduces. It begins with promises of peace, grows through fear, and sustains itself through illusion. Every society must therefore decide what it values more, freedom or comfort, conscience or control. The Empire chose the latter, and for a time, it appeared to win. But the Force, like truth, cannot be contained. It moves silently through those who remember, those who refuse to be afraid. In every age, in every world, it is the same. Order without empathy is not stability, but stagnation. Control without compassion is not safety, but suffocation. The illusion of control is the galaxy's oldest lie, and humanity's. We build systems, technologies, and empires to command the unpredictable, forgetting that life thrives on chaos, creativity, and change. The Force flows not in straight lines, but in waves. The moment we try to imprison it, we cut ourselves off from its grace. The Empire fell not because the rebellion was stronger, but because it stopped listening to its people, to its conscience, to the living pulse of the galaxy. When systems lose their connection to life, they may endure for a time, but they do not live. The lesson is as relevant now as ever. Power built on fear always mistakes silence for loyalty. Control may sustain order, but it cannot sustain meaning. The Empire, like every tyranny before it, mistook obedience for peace and domination for destiny. But peace is not the absence of dissent, it is the presence of understanding. Destiny is not control, but connection. And so, as Palpatine's banners rose over the galaxy, and darkness claimed the stars, something else began to stir, a whisper, a gathering of courage, a light too small to notice but too strong to die. For even in the age of the Empire, the Force was never gone. It merely waited for those who would remember how to feel it again. Empires fall not because their enemies are stronger, but because their people remember what freedom feels like. The Galactic Empire seemed eternal, its control absolute, its machinery flawless. But within the silence it imposed, something began to stir, a flicker of defiance, a quiet faith that not all was lost. Hope, fragile and invisible, became the most dangerous force in the galaxy. No weapon could measure it, no fleet could detect it, yet it spread from person to person, system to system, until it ignited into rebellion. In Star Wars, hope is not sentiment, it is strategy. It is rebellion's first weapon and tyranny's last fear. For those living under the Empire, hope was treason. To believe that change was possible was to challenge the illusion of order. And yet, it was that very illusion that made rebellion inevitable. When oppression becomes the air one breathes, even the smallest act of honesty becomes revolutionary. Bail Organa's quiet meetings on Alderaan, Mon Mothma's measured defiance in the Senate, and the whispers of resistance in distant systems all carried the same heartbeat, the conviction that conscience still mattered. The rebellion began not with armies, but with faith, the belief that truth still had power, even in an empire built on lies. The beauty of the rebellion lies in its imperfection. It was not a monolith but a mosaic: smugglers, senators, soldiers, farmers, droids, and dreamers. It was the galaxy's reminder that unity does not require uniformity. In their diversity, they reflected the very balance the Jedi sought in the Force. The Empire thrived on sameness, on order and hierarchy. The rebellion thrived on individuality, improvisation, and belief. Its strength came from connection, from the simple truth that people will always find one another when they share a common hope. The Force itself seemed to favor them, not through miracles, but through the alignment of courage. The first sparks of open defiance, from Saw Gerrera's guerrilla strikes to the theft of the Death Star plans by Jyn Erso and her team, were acts of desperation born of faith. Rebellions are built on hope, Jyn said, not as a metaphor but as fact. Hope, in this context, is not passive optimism, it is active resistance. It is the refusal to accept that darkness is permanent. Every rebellion, real or fictional, begins in that same spirit. It is the moment when a people choose meaning over safety, truth over silence. Hope, then, is not naive. It is the most radical form of courage. History is filled with such moments. The American Revolution, born from the belief that liberty was worth the risk of annihilation. The Solidarity movement in Poland, whispering freedom under the shadow of Soviet tanks. The Civil Rights Movement, marching with faith stronger than violence. Each began with individuals who refused to believe that power was immutable. They were rebels in every sense of the word, dreamers willing to stand in the face of empires because they believed the moral arc of history, though long, bends toward justice. The rebellion of Star Wars mirrors these truths so precisely that it ceases to be fantasy. It becomes allegory. Mon Mothma once said, "The day will come when the courage of ordinary people will overwhelm the Empire." Her words capture the essence of collective defiance. Tyranny is powerful only while people remain isolated. Once they remember their connection, its foundation cracks. The rebellion spread not through propaganda, but through stories, whispered tales of victories, of small systems rising, of heroes unseen. Every act of defiance became a beacon. In the same way, throughout human history, storytelling has carried the flame of freedom. From samizdat pamphlets under dictatorships to protest songs and banned books, hope often survives in language when it cannot yet live in law. The rebellion's greatest act of strategy was its belief in faith over force. Militarily, they should have lost. The Empire had technology, manpower, and reach. But the rebels had conviction, and conviction changes the calculus of power. They fought not only for victory, but for meaning. Luke, Leia, and Han's actions in A New Hope epitomize this truth. They were not soldiers of destiny, they were ordinary people who chose purpose over fear. Luke's final shot into the Death Star's exhaust port was guided by the Force, yes, but also by trust, in himself, in his mentors, in something larger. It was the moment faith became action. An action, born of hope, changes everything. Hope is the one energy tyrants cannot harness. It thrives in uncertainty, nourished by compassion and imagination. Palpatine's empire could destroy planets, but it could not destroy the human spirit that remembers freedom. Even as Alderaan fell, its legacy rose. Leia, standing amid its ashes, became the embodiment of endurance, grief transformed into resolve. Her message to Obi-Wan, recorded in secret, carried more power than any weapon. "Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope." Those words are not just a plea, they are a declaration that even in darkness, the light still has meaning. They remind us that hope is not found in victory, but in persistence. In the real world, hope functions the same way. It does not guarantee success, it sustains effort. It does not erase fear, it gives it context. Leaders who understand this, Martin Luther King Jr., Václav Havel, Nelson Mandela, wielded hope not as comfort but as weapon. They faced systems designed to crush the human will and found that the will, once awakened, cannot be extinguished. The rebellion's moral victory preceded its military one. Before the Death Star was destroyed, before the Emperor was defeated, the galaxy had already changed, because people began to believe again. Hope is contagious, and once it spreads, power's illusion unravels. The rebellion also teaches us that hope demands sacrifice. It is not cheap or easy. Cassian Andor's confession, "I've been in this fight since I was 6 years old," reveals that rebellion is not born from purity but from persistence. The heroes of the rebellion are not saints, they are people who make peace with imperfection. They lie, steal, and bleed, yet their cause remains just because it is rooted in compassion. Real revolutions, too, are messy, full of moral ambiguity and loss. But what separates them from chaos is intention, the desire to create, not just to destroy. Hope, in its truest form, is creative energy. It builds even as it resists. Leia understood this better than anyone. Her leadership was not born from rank or lineage, but from empathy. She led not by commanding fear, but by inspiring belief. In her, the spirit of the Republic found rebirth. Her defiance was quiet but unbreakable. When faced with overwhelming odds, she did not despair, she strategized. When faced with betrayal, she did not retreat, she rebuilt. Leia's hope was not blind optimism, it was the discipline of vision. She saw the galaxy not as it was, but as it could be. That is the essence of leadership, to hold faith when others have lost it, and to act as if the future is still worth saving. In psychological terms, hope is resilience in motion. It is the ability to envision a positive outcome despite evidence to the contrary. Research shows that hope increases endurance, creativity, and cooperation. It transforms fear into fuel. In both the Star Wars universe and our own, it is the antidote to despair. Despair paralyzes, hope mobilizes. The difference between submission and rebellion is not the size of the army, but the strength of belief. As long as someone, somewhere, still believes change is possible, the empire, any empire, is already dying. What makes hope a weapon is its refusal to play by the rules of power. It cannot be legislated, manufactured, or destroyed. It lives in stories, in songs, in the quiet determination of those who refuse to give up. The Empire wielded terror as a sword, the rebellion wielded hope as light. One cuts, the other illuminates. The former dominates through fear, the latter liberates through meaning. The light is not stronger because it blinds the darkness, but because it reveals it. The rebellion's triumph was not that it destroyed the Empire, but that it reminded the galaxy of its own strength, that even in despair, unity is possible. And so, the rebellion endures beyond the films, beyond the galaxy. It endures because it reflects something timeless, the refusal of the human spirit to accept inevitability. Hope, like the Force, flows through all things. It begins as a whisper and grows into a roar. It survives failure, adapts to oppression, and re-emerges stronger after every defeat. When Luke stood before the Emperor, unarmed and unbroken, declaring, "I am a Jedi, like my father before me," he proved that hope does not need to win to be victorious. It simply needs to exist. In our world, that lesson matters more than ever. Hope is not passive belief that things will improve, it is the active choice to make them so. It is the decision to build even when destruction seems inevitable. It is a form of rebellion available to everyone, the student who speaks truth, the worker who demands fairness, the voter who refuses cynicism. In a world that often rewards fear, choosing hope is the most radical act of all. The rebellion reminds us that courage begins not with strength, but with belief, the quiet conviction that even the smallest light can challenge the deepest shadow. For in every age, across every world, hope remains undefeated. The Empire may rise again under new names and faces, but so too will the rebellion, wherever people choose to care, to connect, and to dream. The Force itself seems to favor those who hope, not because they are guaranteed victory, but because they keep the galaxy alive. Hope is not the end of struggle, it is the reason to continue. It is the first spark and the final word, the one truth empires always forget, that light, no matter how faint, travels forever. Every great story pauses before its next breath. Between the fall of darkness and the return of light, there is always a moment of stillness, a place where reflection becomes revelation. The galaxy, vast and wounded, drifts in this silence now. The Jedi have fallen, the Republic has crumbled, and the Empire's shadow stretches across every world. Yet in that shadow, something glows, faint, persistent, alive. Hope flickers not because it is strong, but because it refuses to die. Every ember, no matter how small, carries the memory of fire. We have seen how balance is lost, not through sudden collapse, but through the slow corrosion of spirit. The Force, once trusted and understood, was divided by arrogance. The Republic, once guided by reason, was paralyzed by excess. The Empire, born from order, mistook control for peace. In these cycles, the galaxy mirrors humanity's own. Every civilization, every generation, faces the same temptations, the ease of obedience, the comfort of fear, the seduction of power. Yet every fall also sows the seeds of renewal. Destruction and creation are not opposites, they are rhythms of the same song. The Jedi taught that the Force flows through all things, but perhaps its greatest truth is not cosmic, it is human. It reminds us that awareness, courage, and compassion are not ideals of saints, but choices of ordinary people. The rebellion has shown that systems may fall, but conviction endures. We have witnessed the transformation of despair into defiance, of silence into speech, of fear into faith. These are not galactic miracles, they are the same acts that define our own world, whether in the halls of power or in the quiet corners of conscience. The galaxy of Star Wars is vast because it reflects the inner universe of the human heart. Still, even hope must grow. The rebellion has begun, but what sustains it? What keeps belief from turning into fanaticism, or conviction into vengeance? The next chapter of this story belongs not to systems, but to souls. It belongs to the leaders who bear the burden of belief, those who must hold the fragile balance between courage and compassion, duty and doubt. Leia Organa, born of tragedy yet made of resilience, stands at the threshold of that test. She represents not just resistance, but renewal, the quiet fire that endures when every other light fades. As we step forward, the galaxy turns once more toward humanity, toward the individuals who keep its heart beating when institutions fail. Their choices, their flaws, their sacrifices form the true language of the Force. The lesson is not that light always triumphs over darkness, but that it keeps returning. Every act of kindness, every refusal to surrender, every spark of hope becomes part of the living current that binds the stars. And so the story continues, not as repetition, but as rhythm, echoing through time and through us. The Republic has fallen. The Empire has risen. The rebellion burns. Now, we turn our gaze to the ones who lead not through command, but through conviction. To the hearts that hold the fire between stars. Leadership rarely begins with choice. It begins with necessity. For Leia Organa, leadership was never about ambition, destiny, or lineage. It was about survival, of ideals, of people, of hope itself. Born to royalty, raised among politicians, and forged in rebellion, Leia stands as one of the most enduring symbols of moral clarity in the Star Wars universe. She is not the most powerful warrior, nor the most mystical. Her strength lies not in the Force, but in something rarer, the ability to lead with both conviction and compassion in a world that demands one at the expense of the other. Leia's story begins with Duality, the daughter of Padme Amidala and Anakin Skywalker, yet unaware of both her heritage and the darkness that shaped it. This duality defines her path. She carries the idealism of her mother and the fire of her father, but she channels both into purpose. Where Anakin was undone by emotion, Leia masters it. Where Padme's faith was shattered by betrayal, Leia transforms pain into resolve. Her leadership is a synthesis, the culmination of what came before, reshaped by wisdom earned in suffering. In her, the galaxy's lineage of hope finds balance again. From her first appearance in A New Hope, Leia commands the screen not through fear or mysticism, but through dignity. Captured, threatened, and interrogated, she does not yield. Even when faced with the destruction of her homeworld, she endures, her defiance unbroken. That moment, often seen as tragedy, reveals the foundation of her character. Strength, for Leia, is not the absence of grief, but the refusal to let grief define her. Alderaan's annihilation could have turned her into vengeance. Instead, it became her reason to continue. She embodies the principle that leadership is born not from control, but from conviction that survives the impossible. What distinguishes Leia from many leaders, both in fiction and in history, is her capacity for empathy under pressure. She sees not just the cause, but the people within it. In The Empire Strikes Back, amid chaos and retreat, she keeps her composure not through detachment, but through presence. She leads by doing, repairing ships, coordinating evacuations, comforting soldiers. Her authority is earned, not imposed. In her leadership, we see a reflection of real-world figures who understand that true command is service: Franklin Roosevelt in the fire of war, Jacinda Ardern in the face of tragedy, Nelson Mandela after decades of imprisonment. Like them, Leia leads not through dominance, but through emotional intelligence, the ability to turn empathy into action. Her compassion does not make her gentle. It makes her formidable. Compassion, when paired with conviction, is not weakness but clarity. Leia understands that love and resistance are not opposites, they are the same force expressed through courage. Her relationship with Han Solo illustrates this perfectly. She loves fiercely but never loses herself. Her affection does not soften her resolve, it sharpens it. Where Han's cynicism once masked fear, Leia's belief disarms it. Together, they reveal a truth often lost in stories of war. That love, far from being a distraction, can be an act of rebellion. To care in a world that rewards cruelty is to resist its logic. Leia's leadership is also defined by her endurance. Unlike many heroes who fight for a single victory, she continues long after the celebration ends. When the Empire falls, she does not rest, she rebuilds. In the sequels, decades later, she remains the heartbeat of the Resistance, still fighting the same darkness in new forms. This continuity mirrors the real world's truth that progress is never final. Freedom, justice, and equality require perpetual defense. Leia's journey from princess to general symbolizes this evolution. The tiara becomes a rank insignia, the throne becomes a command center. Her nobility shifts from title to action. She is royal not because of birthright, but because of integrity. The transition from Princess Leia to General Organa reflects the arc of mature leadership, the movement from idealism to wisdom, from inspiration to stewardship. In her younger years, Leia fights to prove that hope is not naive. In her later years, she must protect that hope from cynicism, even as the galaxy tires of fighting. That is perhaps the hardest part of leadership, not the first battle, but the endurance of belief after so many losses. She becomes what few leaders ever achieve: consistent. Through betrayal, loss, and political failure, her moral compass never wavers. She does not seek glory, she seeks continuity. The Resistance exists because she never stopped believing that people, given the chance, will choose what is right. This quiet persistence places Leia among the most realistic leaders in science fiction. She does not rely on divine intervention or flawless vision. She doubts, she grieves, she argues, and then she acts. In this, she becomes a reflection of what leadership must be in our own world: imperfect, accountable, human. The myth of the perfect leader has led many societies astray, convincing people to follow charisma over character. Leia subverts that myth. Her authority does not rest on destiny or spectacle, but on credibility. She leads not because she is followed, but because she refuses to stop moving forward. Her leadership is not gifted, it is earned, moment by moment, through action aligned with principle. In leadership theory, this is called servant leadership, a model centered not on control, but on empowerment. Studies show that leaders who prioritize empathy and purpose foster higher trust, cooperation, and resilience within their teams. Leia embodies this model intuitively. Her people follow her not out of obligation, but because she believes in them. The pilots who fly into impossible battles do so knowing she would do the same. The soldiers who fight for the resistance carry her conviction as if it were their own. This shared purpose is what makes the rebellion more than an army, it makes it a community. Leadership rooted in compassion creates followers who become leaders themselves. Yet Leia's compassion also bears weight. Leadership exacts a cost, the quiet toll of endless responsibility. She carries the burden of every loss, every failure, every name unspoken in the aftermath of battle. Her strength is not unshakable, it is resilient precisely because it bends under pressure and rises again. In The Last Jedi, when faced with betrayal from within and destruction from without, she still holds faith in the spark of resistance. Her final act, mentoring a new generation while honoring the old, cements her legacy. She becomes not just a leader of people, but a keeper of purpose. Her leadership transcends her lifetime because it rests on something immortal, belief in others. Psychologically, Leia's story reflects the concept of post-traumatic growth, the ability to transform suffering into meaning. Instead of being broken by trauma, she integrates it into strength. The destruction of Alderaan, the death of Han, the fall of her son, each tragedy deepens her empathy rather than diminishing it. She feels pain without surrendering to it. This is the essence of moral courage, to remain kind in a world that rewards cruelty, to remain hopeful in a universe of despair. Through this lens, Leia is not just a leader of rebellion, she is a teacher of endurance. Her lesson is simple but radical: never let heartbreak turn into hatred. In our world, the relevance of Leia's leadership feels profound. In times of division, people yearn for strength, yet mistake aggression for courage. Leia shows that the greatest strength is not domination, but compassion with boundaries. She listens without surrendering principle, forgives without forgetting justice, and acts without losing empathy. Her example reminds us that leadership begins not with authority, but with alignment between values, words, and actions. When those align, power follows naturally. When they do not, systems crumble no matter how grand their designs. Leia's life is proof that legacy is not what we leave behind, but what we sustain while we are here. Her name endures not because she commanded armies, but because she inspired faith. She represents the intersection of myth and humanity, a reminder that even in a galaxy of Jedi and Sith, the truest power remains compassion. Her leadership flows from the same current that binds all things, the Force, as empathy, as connection, as care. That is why she succeeds where so many fail, because she understands that the heart, not the hierarchy, sustains the cause. When we think of heroes, we often imagine those who fight. But Leia teaches that the highest form of heroism is to rebuild. To lead not only in war, but in the quiet after, when hope must be organized, protected, and renewed. She carries the torch so others may see, not so they may follow her shadow. The galaxy survives because of such leaders, those who love without losing focus, who serve without demanding recognition, and who believe without needing proof. Leia Organa is not just a leader of the rebellion. She is the living embodiment of the belief that love, when disciplined into purpose, can outlast any empire. As the stars turn and new wars rise, her voice echoes like a memory: we have everything we need. That is not optimism. It is understanding. It is the wisdom of someone who has seen darkness, endured it, and still chosen to believe. Leadership, in the end, is not about control or charisma, it is about faith in others strong enough to outlast despair. That is Leia's legacy. That is the strength of conviction. Every generation invents its heroes. But time, relentless and unromantic, reveals that even heroes are human. Luke Skywalker began as a farm boy staring at a horizon, dreaming of adventure, yearning for purpose. He ended as a weary hermit, haunted by his own legend. Between those suns, between that beginning and that end, lies the most complete meditation on faith ever told in modern mythology. Luke's journey is not the story of a warrior, but of a soul, one who learns, loses, and relearns what it means to believe. His arc is the living cycle of hope, rise, fall, redemption, renewal. At the heart of Luke's story is a paradox. He is both legend and lesson. The galaxy remembers him as the hero who redeemed Darth Vader and destroyed the Empire. Yet Luke himself carries the scars of that victory. The boy who once looked to the stars eventually looks inward, only to find the same darkness that consumed his father. This confrontation, quiet and painful, makes him more real than any triumph ever could. For Luke, the greatest battle is not fought with a lightsaber, but within the heart, the struggle between the desire to control and the courage to surrender. When we first meet him on Tatooine, Luke is the embodiment of innocence, restless, idealistic, pure. He believes destiny is something to be found, not something to be earned. His early journey mirrors the classical hero's path described by Joseph Campbell in The Hero with 1,000 Faces, the call to adventure, the mentor, the trials, and the transformation. But Star Wars adds something uniquely modern, the spiritual evolution of the self. Obi-Wan and Yoda do not teach Luke to dominate, but to release. His greatest lesson is not how to fight, but how to let go, of fear, of anger, of attachment. That lesson, easy to speak and almost impossible to live, defines his entire life. The moment Luke throws away his lightsaber in Return of the Jedi remains one of cinema's most radical acts of defiance. Surrounded by darkness, tempted by vengeance, he chooses compassion. In refusing to kill his father, he breaks the cycle that enslaved generations of Skywalkers. That choice transforms him, not because he wins, but because he refuses to become what he hates. Redemption, Luke learns, is not the restoration of perfection, but the reclamation of humanity. Vader's salvation through love, and Luke's through forgiveness, turn the myth of the hero inside out. The savior is not the one who conquers evil, but the one who chooses mercy when it is least deserved. For decades, this was how Luke lived in memory, the archetypal hero, the beacon of light. But when he returned in The Last Jedi, that image shattered. The hero of myth had become disillusioned. His faith in the Jedi, in legacy, and in himself had broken. Fans were divided, but beneath the controversy lay something courageous, the truth that even the purest soul can lose its way. Luke's exile on H2 is not defeat, it is a reckoning. He has discovered that idealism, when unexamined, can become its own kind of arrogance. The Jedi, he realizes, failed not because they were weak, but because they believed themselves infallible. In destroying his own temple, he repeats their mistake, trying to end the past rather than understand it. That confrontation with failure is what makes Luke's later arc profoundly human. It transforms him from myth into mirror. He becomes what every person eventually faces, the weight of one's own choices, the haunting of one's ideals, the exhaustion of carrying too much meaning. His story reflects a universal truth: faith, left untested, is fragile. The same idealism that carried Luke to victory in his youth could not sustain him in the complexity of age. To be a hero in one era and a failure in another is not contradiction, it is evolution. The Force teaches balance, not permanence. Even light, if held too tightly, becomes shadow. In many ways, Luke's despair mirrors that of leaders, creators, and believers in our own world who find that the systems they built have become prisons of expectation. the teacher who cannot live up to the legend of their past, the activist worn down by endless struggle, the idealist who feels their cause slipping from relevance, these are all echoes of Luke on H2. His self-imposed exile is not cowardice, it is the paralysis of one who has confused perfection with purpose. He believes he has failed because he cannot restore what was lost. What he has yet to see is that renewal never looks like restoration. The galaxy does not need the return of the old Jedi, it needs the birth of something new. Rey's arrival on H2 becomes the catalyst for that rebirth. Her persistence confronts Luke with the truth he tried to bury, that legacy is not ownership, but transmission. He cannot end the Jedi because their meaning transcends him. Rey is not his student in the traditional sense, she is his mirror, his chance to see himself not as a failed master, but as a flawed human being still capable of learning. Through her, Luke rediscovers humility, the understanding that teaching is not about control, but about trust. His redemption is not found in battle, but in mentorship. He passes on what he has learned, not as doctrine, but as perspective. His final act is not victory, but release. When Luke projects himself across the galaxy to face Kylo Ren, he reclaims the essence of the Jedi, defense without aggression, strength without domination. His presence is not about destruction, but inspiration. He becomes what the galaxy needs most, a symbol of possibility. In doing so, he transcends his earlier failure. His death is no an ending, but an evolution, the merging of self with purpose, the quiet surrender to the living force. In that final breath, watching the twin suns set once more, Luke becomes the balance he sought his entire life. The boy who once dreamed of escape has finally come home. Philosophically, Luke's journey represents the transformation from external salvation to internal awareness. Early on, he believes the Force is something to wield, later, he understands it as something to feel. This mirrors the human journey from ambition to wisdom, from control to acceptance. Psychologically, it parallels Carl Jung's process of individuation, the integration of shadow and self. Luke's acceptance of his own darkness, and his father's, is what makes him whole. In a culture that often demands relentless positivity, Luke reminds us that enlightenment is not the absence of struggle, but the embrace of it. Growth, after all, begins where certainty ends. His arc also serves as commentary on the nature of legacy. The galaxy, and society, often burdens heroes with the weight of myth. We turn individuals into symbols, and in doing so, strip them of their humanity. Luke's later disillusionment reveals the cost of this myth-making. He cannot live up to the legend of Luke Skywalker because no one could. The same dynamic exists in our own world, in politics, in business, in culture, where we idolize and then condemn, forgetting that the greatest teachers are those who fail and rise again. Luke's story invites us to release our need for flawless heroes and instead seek honest ones. Redemption, in the end, belongs not to the perfect, but to the persistent. Luke's legacy is therefore not defined by victory, but by vulnerability. He becomes proof that greatness is not permanence, but renewal, the willingness to begin again even after breaking. His failure does not erase his past, it completes it. In that way, The Last Jedi is not a deconstruction of Luke's myth but its fulfillment. It shows that the same force that connects all life also connects all eras, that every end is only the next beginning. The galaxy's hope does not depend on Luke's survival, but on his example, that light, once found, can be lost and found again, endlessly. In our own world, this lesson resonates with quiet urgency. We live in an age of exhaustion, leaders burned out by expectation, generations disillusioned by inherited problems, individuals burdened by perfectionism disguised as purpose. Luke's journey offers a kind of spiritual realism. It tells us that it is possible to fail nobly, to rebuild meaning from ashes, to rediscover faith not in systems or symbols, but in presence. To look at one's mistakes and say, "I was wrong, but I am still here." That is the essence of redemption. That is what keeps the Force alive, the courage to begin again. Luke Skywalker's life, then, is the complete myth of humanity. The boy who dreamed of adventure becomes the man who learns the cost of meaning. The hero who saves the galaxy becomes the teacher who saves its soul. The legend who vanishes into myth becomes the lesson that endures beyond time. His story is not about victory or defeat, but about the eternal rhythm of renewal. The Force flows through him as it does through all things, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, but always moving toward balance. He was the new hope once. Now he teaches us that hope must always be renewed. Because even the greatest light fades and rises again. Evil rarely begins as evil. It begins as fear, fear of loss, fear of powerlessness, fear of pain. Anakin Skywalker was never born a monster. He was born a slave. From the very beginning, his life was defined by control, first by others, and then by his own desperate attempt to escape it. That desperation, unexamined and unhealed, became his undoing. In Anakin's story, we see the most painful truth of the Star Wars universe, and perhaps of life itself. That even the brightest souls can fall, and that love, twisted by fear, becomes the seed of tyranny. Anakin's tragedy is not that he loved too little, but that he loved without peace. He sought to preserve what he loved through control rather than trust. His transformation into Darth Vader is not a story of corruption, but of confusion, of a boy who mistook attachment for devotion, and power for protection. The Jedi warned him against attachment, but their teachings, rigid and ascetic, offered no guidance for the human heart. Between the emotional repression of the Jedi and the seductive empathy of Palpatine, Anakin found himself divided, torn between two incomplete visions of truth. That fracture, left unresolved, became the crack through which darkness entered. The Clone Wars turned that crack into a chasm. Anakin, hailed as a hero, was already unraveling. Each victory deepened his isolation. The war demanded obedience over conscience, efficiency over empathy, precisely the conditions that Palpatine knew how to exploit. The Chancellor became the father figure the Jedi never were, feeding Anakin's need for validation and planting seeds of paranoia. "The Jedi don't trust you," Palpatine whispered, and in that whisper, the future changed. The slow erosion of trust, that is how democracy dies, how friendships fracture, how the soul breaks. Anakin's story is not the fall of one man, but the anatomy of corruption itself. When Anakin dreams of Padme's death, he sees not prophecy but projection, his own fear reflected back to him. Fear is the dark side's first language. It tells us that to love is to lose, and to lose is to die. It convinces us that the only safety lies in control. In his desperation to save Padme, Anakin commits the very act that ensures her loss. This is the great paradox of fear. In trying to prevent pain, it creates it. His massacre at the Jedi Temple is not the act of a sadist, but of someone who has lost the ability to distinguish protection from possession. He believes he is saving the galaxy from chaos, when in truth, he is saving himself from grief. The road to tyranny, as always, begins with the desire to end suffering, but only one's own. When the mask descends, the man disappears. The transformation into Darth Vader is as symbolic as it is physical. The armor is both prison and penance. The mechanical breathing, cold and constant, becomes the sound of humanity restrained, the heartbeat of a man who can no longer feel the world he once tried to save. The Jedi Code warned that fear leads to anger, anger to hate, and hate to suffering. But in Vader, we see the final truth of that chain: suffering leads back to silence. He becomes not a monster reveling in cruelty, but an empty vessel. Power without purpose, fear without faith. The most terrifying thing about Darth Vader is not his rage, but his emptiness. And yet, even within that emptiness, traces of Anakin remain. The dark side promises total transformation, but the light never fully disappears. It waits, quiet, buried, patient. Every encounter Vader has with compassion chips at his armor. When he faces his son, Luke, we see not a confrontation of good and evil, but a mirror between two parts of the same soul. Luke is what Anakin could have been: courage without control, love without possession. When Vader watches Luke refuse to strike him down, he glimpses something he has not felt in decades: choice. For the first time since his fall, he realizes he is not a slave, not to the Emperor, not to destiny, not even to his own guilt. In that instant, the Force opens again. His redemption is not a grand spectacle, it is a single act of love. He lifts the Emperor and casts him into darkness, sacrificing himself to save his son. That act is not vengeance, it is surrender. Anakin reclaims his humanity not by destroying evil, but by choosing compassion over fear. The mask that symbolized his imprisonment becomes the vessel of his freedom. Beneath it, the face revealed is not monstrous, but fragile, the face of a man finally at peace. The story ends not with domination, but with forgiveness. Redemption, Star Wars reminds us, is not about erasing sin, but about remembering who we are beneath it. Psychologically, Anakin's journey mirrors the process of trauma and healing. His childhood as a slave planted seeds of helplessness that shaped his entire life. When control was taken from him, he vowed never to be powerless again. That vow, while understandable, became destructive. Trauma often manifests as control, the desperate need to ensure safety through dominance. In therapy, healing begins not with control, but with acceptance. In spiritual terms, this is the movement from the dark side to the light, the release of fear through awareness. Anakin's redemption comes the moment he stops fighting, when he allows love, not power, to guide his action. In psychological language, he moves from reactive to responsive, from compulsion to consciousness. The tragedy of Anakin Skywalker is universal. It reflects the human tendency to seek permanence in an impermanent world. His fear of loss is our fear of time, of death, of change. His fall is not about evil winning, but about misunderstanding love. True love, as Yoda might have said, is the opposite of possession. It is the freedom to let go, to allow others their path. When love becomes control, it turns inward and devours itself. Anakin's story warns us that even noble intentions, when ruled by fear, become corruption. The same is true in relationships, in politics, in leadership. When we seek to save others through dominance, we destroy the very thing we claim to protect. In a larger sense, Vader's arc completes the mythic circle of Star Wars. The saga begins and ends with the Skywalker line, from innocence to fall to redemption. The Force itself seems to evolve through them, revealing its ultimate truth, that balance is not perfection, but integration. Light and dark are not enemies to be destroyed, but forces to be understood. Anakin's redemption is the Force healing itself, the reconciliation of opposites within the same soul. His final words, "You were right about me," carry profound simplicity. They mean that truth, though buried, always survives. That love, even after decades of silence, can still speak. The image of Anakin's spirit beside Yoda and Obi-Wan at the end of Return of the Jedi completes the circle. It is not just forgiveness from others, but acceptance of self. The boy who wanted to save the galaxy is finally free from the need to control it. The man who feared death becomes one with eternity. The Force, as he once misunderstood it, reveals itself not as a power to be mastered, but as peace to be joined. His redemption, like all redemption, does not rewrite his past, it redeems it through understanding. In that moment, the saga's greatest irony is fulfilled: the one who fell furthest becomes the proof that no one is ever beyond saving. In our own world, Darth Vader's story resonates because it speaks to the complexity of evil. It refuses the simplicity of villains and heroes. It reminds us that cruelty often hides pain, and that beneath power often lies fear. To confront darkness, in others or in ourselves, requires compassion, not condemnation. This does not mean excusing evil, but understanding its roots. Societies that treat violence as inhuman miss the point that it is, tragically, human. Healing begins when we recognize that darkness and light are not separate species, but choices available to every soul. The redemption of Darth Vader is therefore not fantasy, it is possibility. Every generation faces its own Darth Vaders, not just in power, but in the quiet corners of the human condition. Addiction, anger, fear, shame, the masks we wear to protect ourselves become the prisons that define us. But as Anakin shows, the mask can be removed. No matter how deep the fall, awareness can still rise. Redemption, in both galaxies, begins not with triumph, but with truth. To look at one's reflection, flawed, scarred, and human, and still say, "There is light in me yet." The story of Darth Vader ends not with the fall of an empire, but with the return of a father's love. In that return lies the secret heartbeat of the entire Star Wars saga, that salvation is never about power, but about presence. Anakin's final act reminds us that even the darkest lives are capable of light, and that perhaps, the universe itself bends not toward dominance or destruction, but toward understanding. The Force, like love, waits endlessly for us to remember it. And in the silence after his breath fades, the galaxy breathes again. Because one man, broken and remade, chose compassion over fear. That is how redemption begins. Darkness is not an entity. It is an absence, a silence, a pull. It does not seduce with ugliness but with truth distorted. The dark side of the Force, so often reduced to evil, is far more insidious and intimate than that. It is the whisper that says you deserve control, the voice that promises safety through strength. It is the human instinct to dominate when afraid, to possess when uncertain, to command when powerless. The dark side is not a separate force, it is the Force misused. It is potential turned inward until it devours its own light. The Jedi spoke of balance, yet they feared the shadow. They built a philosophy on detachment to guard against temptation, but in doing so, they misunderstood the nature of darkness. The dark side is not conquered by denial, it is understood through awareness. To repress emotion is to feed it in secret. Yoda warned that fear leads to anger, anger to hate, hate to suffering. Yet what he did not say is that fear itself is inevitable. Every conscious being knows loss. Every life faces change. To fear is not to fall, to let fear rule is. The path to darkness begins when emotion becomes identity, when the self mistakes its feelings for truth. The Sith understood this, but perverted it. Where the Jedi denied emotion, the Sith worshipped it. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Their creed, intoxicating and direct, promises liberation from weakness but delivers enslavement to desire. The Sith interpret freedom as indulgence, power as purpose. Their strength is real but unstable, like fire consuming its own fuel. Every Sith begins as a seeker of liberation and ends as a prisoner of their own hunger. The tragedy of the dark side is that it grants everything one wants until one no longer knows why they wanted it. Palpatine represents its purest form, control without conscience. He does not rage like Vader or ache like Kylo Ren. He is cold order, the stillness of decay. His power lies not in emotion but in manipulation. He understands the psychological truth that fear breeds obedience, and that people often prefer subjugation to uncertainty. In his hands, the dark side becomes systemic, it infects institutions, cultures, and ideas. The galaxy's fall to the Empire was not just a political event, it was the Force itself tilting toward imbalance. When billions accept fear as stability, the dark side no longer needs to fight, it governs. And yet, darkness is not foreign to the light. The two exist in perpetual dialogue. The dark side is the shadow cast by light, revealing the boundaries of awareness. Carl Jung, the great psychologist of the soul, called this the shadow self, the repressed parts of our being that we refuse to acknowledge. Unintegrated, the shadow becomes destructive, understood, it becomes strength. The Jedi, in denying their shadow, allowed it to manifest as arrogance. The Sith, in surrendering to it, mistook indulgence for wisdom. Balance requires neither denial nor indulgence, it requires relationship. The Force, like the psyche, finds harmony only when its opposites are reconciled. Luke's journey on Dagobah illustrates this perfectly. When he enters the cave and confronts the vision of Vader, he discovers his own face beneath the mask. The lesson is simple and profound: the darkness you fear most is your own. Until one acknowledges it, one is ruled by it. This is as true for individuals as it is for societies. Nations that refuse to face their own cruelty repeat it. Movements that claim moral purity become oppressive. The dark side thrives in denial, it is empowered by the insistence that we could never become that. The moment we believe ourselves incapable of evil, we lose the ability to guard against it. In real-world terms, the dark side manifests wherever power divorces itself from empathy. History is filled with its echoes. The 20th century alone gave us leaders who sought order through fear, ideologies that promised utopia through control. Each began with conviction and ended with catastrophe. The allure of the dark side is timeless because its reasoning is logical. If chaos causes suffering, then absolute order must bring peace. It offers a false solution to a real problem, the problem of uncertainty. Humans crave predictability, but life resists control. The more we attempt to dominate it, the more violent the correction becomes. The Sith's obsession with immortality encapsulates this truth. In trying to escape death, they destroy life. Palpatine's experiments to preserve consciousness forever are the ultimate expression of fear, the refusal to surrender to the natural rhythm of change. His grotesque resurrection in later stories symbolizes the futility of control. The Force flows through death as through life. To resist it is to sever connection itself. The Jedi accept death as transformation, the Sith experience it as annihilation. In our world, this dichotomy plays out in how societies handle change. Those who embrace impermanence evolve, those who resist it consume themselves. The dark side is seductive precisely because it works, at first. Fear sharpens focus, anger fuels action, control provides comfort. In moderation, these impulses are not evil, they are human. But when they become habits, they calcify. What begins as vigilance becomes paranoia, what begins as passion becomes obsession. The transition is so gradual that one rarely notices until it's complete. That is why the dark side feels like sliding, not falling. One wakes up one day and realizes that righteousness has become cruelty, and purpose has become domination. Evil never announces itself, it simply becomes convenient. The Jedi struggle, and by extension humanity's, is to live consciously within this tension. To acknowledge that power is necessary, but not absolute. To feel anger, but not to become it. To act decisively without surrendering empathy. The Jedi Code, for all its rigidity, aimed at this balance, though it often failed in practice. Real balance requires humility, the willingness to admit imperfection. The Sith saw humility as weakness, the Jedi saw passion as danger. The truth lies between, strength guided by self-awareness, emotion tempered by understanding. This is what the ancient mystics of both the Jedi and real-world traditions like Taoism called wu-wei, effortless action, harmony with the flow of life. In business, politics, and personal ambition, the dark side often reappears under new names: efficiency, dominance, winning. A company that sacrifices ethics for growth, a leader who uses fear to motivate, a culture that prizes productivity over humanity, these are all echoes of Palpatine's empire. The methods change, but the psychology remains. The dark side is not a galaxy away, it is in every decision made without empathy, every justification offered in the name of control. It thrives wherever people believe that ends justify means. It asks one question: what would you sacrifice for certainty? The moment the answer becomes anything, the slide begins. And yet, the existence of the dark side is not a curse, it is an opportunity. It reveals the capacity within each being to choose awareness over impulse. To confront darkness is to know oneself. The Force, after all, does not destroy the dark side, it balances it. The light gains meaning only because the dark exists. In Jungian terms, integration of the shadow leads to individuation, the realization of the whole self. Luke's victory over Vader and Vader's redemption through Luke illustrate this integration. They do not annihilate darkness, they transform it through compassion. The Force finds peace not by dividing, but by reconciling. In a modern context, this understanding feels urgent. Our world, overwhelmed by technology, speed, and control, lives in constant flotation with the dark side. We measure success by domination of markets, information, even time. But domination breeds distance. We lose empathy in efficiency, soul in data. The lesson of Star Wars is that progress without balance leads to collapse. The same power that propels us forward can, without mindfulness, consume us. To resist the dark side is not to reject ambition, but to pair it with humility, to remember that control is illusion and that compassion is the truest form of strength. In mythic terms, the dark side represents the eternal shadow that accompanies consciousness. It can never be eliminated because it is part of being alive. The goal is not purity, but balance. To walk in awareness of one's capacity for harm is to prevent it. The Jedi at their best understood this, that light must know its own darkness to remain whole. The danger lies not in darkness itself, but in blindness to it. The moment one declares oneself beyond temptation, the descent has already begun. In this way, Star Wars offers not escapism, but education. Its mythology is a mirror, asking each of us where fear has replaced faith, where control has silenced compassion. Ultimately, the dark side endures because it tells a truth we often avoid, that power feels good. It offers clarity in a world of ambiguity, decisiveness in a sea of doubt. But clarity without conscience is cruelty, and decisiveness without empathy is destruction. The antidote is not rejection, but awareness, to feel the pull, and still choose differently. Balance is not peace without conflict, but consciousness within it. That is the path of the Force, and the challenge of being human. Because in every heart, there are two currents, one reaching outward in trust, and one curling inward in fear. The struggle between them is eternal. But so is the possibility of choice. The dark side whispers, you must control. The light answers, you must understand. Between those two truths, the galaxy turns. And within that turning, every soul decides who it will become. If the dark side is a hunger, the light side is a breath. It does not command or conquer, it listens. Where the dark side whispers promises of control, the light offers understanding without possession. It is not the absence of conflict but the presence of clarity, a quietness that persists even amid chaos. The light side of the Force, though often romanticized as purity or perfection, is something more difficult and more human. It is awareness. It asks nothing more than honesty, to see clearly, act with intention, and remain connected to all living things. The Jedi, at their best, were guardians of that awareness. They sought not to dominate but to discern. Yoda's lessons to Luke, a Jedi uses the Force for knowledge and defense, never for attack, capture the essence of this philosophy. Knowledge without aggression, defense without domination, this is the moral heart of the light. It recognizes that power, like light itself, reveals more than it destroys. The true strength of the light side lies in its restraint. It is easy to burn, it is hard to illuminate. Light demands discipline, the discipline to act from compassion rather than fear, to use strength without letting it become identity. Compassion is the cornerstone of the light. But compassion, contrary to modern misconception, is not sentimentality. It is courage. To feel deeply in a world of suffering requires strength greater than any weapon. The light side calls upon this strength not to erase pain, but to bear witness to it without surrendering to despair. Obi-Wan Kenobi embodied this in his quiet endurance, the acceptance of loss without bitterness. When he allows himself to be struck down by Vader, it is not defeat but transcendence. He becomes what Vader cannot understand, a presence beyond control, a consciousness free from fear. In that moment, the light triumphs not through force, but through faith. The ancient Jedi understood that compassion was not opposed to detachment, but complemented by it. Detachment does not mean indifference, it means freedom from possession. To care without clinging is the highest expression of love. This principle echoes in philosophies from Buddhism to Stoicism, that peace comes not from avoiding emotion, but from not being ruled by it. In Star Wars, this truth is dramatized through the relationship between teacher and student, master and apprentice. The light is transmitted not through instruction alone, but through presence. To be with another in awareness, without control or agenda, is to embody the Force itself. The light side is patient. It moves slowly because it trusts the natural rhythm of life. The dark side demands results, the light cultivates growth. Yoda's teaching methods often frustrated his students precisely because they seemed indirect. But his wisdom lay in knowing that transformation cannot be forced, it must unfold. In real life, this mirrors the process of ethical growth. Empathy, integrity, and wisdom develop not through sudden revelation, but through practice. Neuroscience even supports this. Compassion training has been shown to reshape neural pathways, increasing resilience and emotional regulation. In both galaxies, peace is a discipline, not a condition. What makes the light side powerful is its refusal to separate strength from humility. In a universe obsessed with hierarchy, masters, lords, generals, the light reminds us that leadership begins with listening. Qui-Gon Jinn, one of the most quietly revolutionary Jedi, exemplified this. He trusted intuition over protocol, the living force over institutional rigidity. His death, though tragic, marked the beginning of a philosophy that would later guide both Obi-Wan and Luke, that true wisdom listens more than it commands. In our world, the same principle applies to the best forms of leadership, those rooted in empathy, adaptability, and awareness rather than control. The light side also challenges the modern notion of progress. Where the dark side equates progress with domination, the light defines it as harmony. The galaxy often forgets this lesson, just as humanity does. Technological and political power expand faster than moral development, creating imbalance. The Jedi Code, in its essence, is a framework for ethical advancement, a reminder that growth without mindfulness becomes destruction. The light teaches that every action, every decision, ripples outward. Responsibility is not a burden but a privilege, the recognition that one's choices participate in the shaping of existence. The most misunderstood aspect of the light is that it is not passive. Compassion is not weakness, and peace is not avoidance. The light side acts when necessary, but without hatred. It defends because it must, not because it desires victory. This distinction defines every meaningful conflict in Star Wars. When Luke faces Vader and refuses to kill him, he is not surrendering, he is transcending. He recognizes that true victory lies not in the destruction of the enemy, but in the preservation of the self. In this, the light side becomes a mirror of the moral struggle every person faces, how to stand against evil without becoming it. The discipline of the light side mirrors ancient wisdom traditions across human history. Taoism speaks of the uncarved block, simplicity before judgment. Buddhism teaches non-attachment and compassion for all beings. Stoicism emphasizes mastery of the self as the path to peace. These traditions, like the Jedi, recognize that suffering is inevitable but not absolute. The light side is the choice to respond rather than react, to remain conscious in the face of chaos. Its practitioners do not escape the world, they engage it more fully, because they no longer resist its flow. Psychologically, the light represents integration, the acknowledgement of darkness without identification with it. Carl Jung described enlightenment as making the darkness conscious. The light side achieves this not by denying emotion but by transforming it. Fear becomes awareness, anger becomes clarity, grief becomes compassion. In this way, the Force mirrors the process of healing itself. Emotional intelligence, mindfulness, and empathy are not mystical powers, they are the light made real. To live by them is to participate in the same current that moves through the galaxy. In modern society, the light side's teachings are radical because they resist the metrics by which success is measured. It asks for depth over speed, intention over efficiency, presence over productivity. To act from the light is to reject the cult of control that dominates politics and business alike. It means valuing listening as much as speaking, patience as much as progress. This does not mean withdrawal, it means alignment. A person who acts from awareness exerts influence without coercion. A leader who governs with empathy transforms more than systems, they transform culture. Yet the light, like all truths, requires constant renewal. Even the Jedi, devoted as they were, fell into stagnation when they mistook peace for perfection. Their fall was not because they failed to fight the dark side, but because they ceased to question themselves. This is the eternal challenge of the light, to remain humble in the face of its own righteousness. In both spiritual and secular contexts, the brightest ideals cast the longest shadows when they harden into dogma. The light demands movement, evolution, and doubt. Without these, it ceases to illuminate and begins to blind. At its core, the light side teaches one thing: connection. The Force binds all living beings not as hierarchy, but as harmony. Every act of compassion reinforces that bond, every act of cruelty weakens it. This is not fantasy, it reflects biological and social truth. Cooperation, empathy, and shared meaning are what allow civilizations to endure. Neuroscientists call it mirror neurons, sociologists call it collective identity. Star Wars calls it the Force. Whatever the language, the lesson is the same: survival depends on connection, and connection depends on care. In this way, the light side is not an external power but a practice, a way of being in constant relationship with others and with oneself. Its symbol is not the lightsaber, but the open hand. To reach out instead of strike, to understand instead of control, to forgive instead of condemn, these are not signs of weakness but of mastery. Every time someone chooses kindness over cruelty, patience over anger, listening over judgment, the light side grows stronger. It does not need temples or titles, it needs awareness. The light, ultimately, is the courage to remain gentle in a violent universe. It is the discipline to keep the heart open when fear demands retreat. It is the belief that peace, though fragile, is worth the work it requires. And it is the understanding that balance is not a state achieved once, but a relationship maintained always. The Force is not divided between good and evil, it is expressed through choice. Every act of compassion is a form of resistance against the gravitational pull of despair. So the light side endures, not as perfection, but as perseverance. It teaches us that awareness is the beginning of wisdom, and that empathy is the highest form of power. To live in the light is not to be free from darkness, but to carry light into it. That is the discipline. That is the work. That is the way the galaxy survives. Because the light, like hope, does not shout. It glows. And no matter how vast the shadow, it is always enough to see the next step forward. Evil rarely enters through chaos, it enters through order. The most terrifying thing about Chief Palpatine is not his power, but his patience. He does not conquer the galaxy through violence alone, he conquers it through consent. His genius lies in understanding that tyranny thrives not when people are forced to obey, but when they are convinced that obedience is safety. In Star Wars, Palpatine's rise is not just a personal ascent, it is a study in how societies collapse, not through the sudden arrival of darkness, but through the slow erosion of trust. Palpatine begins not as a warlord, but as a politician. His weapon is language. He understands the psychology of fear better than anyone in the galaxy. Fear simplifies, it reduces complexity into binaries, us or them, order or chaos, security or destruction. The more fearful a population becomes, the easier it is to govern. Palpatine's manipulation of the Galactic Senate mirrors patterns we have seen throughout history, from the Roman Republic to modern democracies. Tyranny, he knows, does not destroy liberty overnight, it persuades liberty to destroy itself. When he declares, "I will create a safe and secure society," he is not threatening, he is comforting. And that comfort becomes the trap. The Clone Wars provide the perfect pretext. By orchestrating both sides of the conflict, Palpatine creates a crisis only he can solve. This is political alchemy: turn fear into faith, war into loyalty. He engineers division so that unity under his control feels like salvation. The Senate's applause at the birth of the Empire, "So this is how liberty dies," with thunderous applause, is not irony, it is inevitability. When people are afraid enough, they will trade freedom for the illusion of peace. History confirms this pattern again and again. The Roman Republic gave way to Caesar, the Weimar Republic gave way to Hitler. Anxious nations across eras have embraced strongmen who promise stability at any cost. What makes Palpatine's strategy so effective is that he never needs to lie completely. His truths are partial, sharp and just enough to pierce reason. He warns that the Jedi are dangerous, that corruption threatens the Senate, that enemies are everywhere. Each claim contains fragments of reality. The Jedi are flawed, corruption does exist, enemies do conspire. But truth, in the hands of tyranny, becomes a tool of distortion. Palpatine weaponizes reality itself, bending it into justification for control. In doing so, he creates not dictatorship through force, but dictatorship through narrative. He rewrites the story until no one remembers what freedom was supposed to feel like. Power, in Palpatine's philosophy, is not seized, it is accumulated through obedience. Every small surrender strengthens the system. Each law passed for security, each emergency decree, each surveillance measure becomes another thread in the web. What begins as protection becomes permanence. Political theorists like Hannah Arendt warned that the banality of evil lies in this slow normalization, the quiet transformation of caution into control. Palpatine never screams, he smiles. He presents authoritarianism not as tyranny but as responsibility. His face, calm and paternal, embodies the most dangerous illusion of all, that control is compassion. Psychologically, Palpatine represents the dark potential of intellect divorced from empathy. He understands human emotion but feels none of it. He studies fear, loyalty, and ambition like a scientist studies reactions. His manipulation of Anakin is a masterclass in grooming, isolation, validation, and dependency. He identifies Anakin's deepest wound, the fear of loss, and offers it comfort. "I can help you save her." In that moment, control masquerades as care. This pattern, chillingly, mirrors real-world authoritarian recruitment, the promise of protection to those who feel powerless. Whether in politics, religion, or ideology, tyranny begins by comforting the vulnerable. What is most unsettling about Palpatine's rule is how ordinary it feels. The Empire does not appear immediately monstrous. Its architecture gleams, its soldiers march with precision, its propaganda speaks of unity and prosperity. Order feels good, until it doesn't. The moral decay of the Empire is not visible in its first acts, it emerges in its silences, in the vanished dissidents, the unreported massacres, the quiet censorship. By the time the horror is undeniable, participation is too widespread to undo. The galaxy's complicity is Palpatine's true power. He does not need to convince everyone to serve him, only to convince enough people not to resist. In many ways, the rise of the Empire mirrors the fall of historical democracies. Fear of external enemies, economic instability, political polarization, these are not fictional conditions. They are the soil in which authoritarianism grows. Palpatine exploits them perfectly, presenting himself as the solution to the very problems he created. This manipulation is what political theorist Machiavelli might have called virtù, the calculated use of circumstance to maintain power. Palpatine is not a villain of chaos, he is a villain of order. He does not destroy the system, he becomes it. His manipulation extends even to aesthetics. The design of the Empire, symmetrical, uniform, stark, communicates control. From the architecture of the Death Star to the cadence of Imperial marches, everything conveys stability and inevitability. The galaxy is taught to associate safety with sameness. The Jedi's organic temples are replaced with sterile corridors. Individuality dissolves into conformity. It's no coincidence that fascist regimes throughout history use similar aesthetics, monumental geometry, repetition, symmetry, all designed to evoke awe and obedience. In this sense, Star Wars functions as both myth and mirror, exposing the psychological architecture of real-world control. What makes Palpatine uniquely terrifying is his understanding of time. He plays the long game. While others seek immediate victory, he builds legacy. Even his death becomes a deception, his consciousness surviving through clones and contingency plans. His ambition is not domination of people, but domination of destiny. He wants to rewrite the story of the galaxy itself so that all paths lead back to him. This mirrors the psychological need of tyrants to outlive mortality, to replace human limitation with immortal authority. The Empire becomes not just political, but metaphysical, a world in which control itself becomes God. Yet even in his near-total power, Palpatine reveals the fundamental flaw of all authoritarian systems, the inability to trust. Control breeds paranoia. Surveillance demands more surveillance, fear demands more enemies. The stronger Palpatine becomes, the more fragile his empire grows. When the Death Star is destroyed, it is not only a military loss, it is an existential one. A single act of defiance exposes the vulnerability of a system built on fear. The rebellion does not just win battles, it restores imagination. Once people remember that alternatives exist, tyranny begins to crumble. In real terms, this dynamic reflects what history teaches us: no system built on fear can sustain itself indefinitely. It exhausts its people, isolates its leaders, and eventually collapses under the weight of its own insecurity. Palpatine's empire mirrors this precisely, the illusion of omnipotence shattered by its inability to inspire loyalty. His officers obey, but none believe. His subjects comply, but none love. Without belief, control becomes maintenance, an empire constantly repairing itself against entropy. And in that endless repair lies its doom. Philosophically, Palpatine embodies what Hannah Arendt called radical evil, evil that seeks not just domination, but erasure of spontaneity. The dark side, through him, becomes the mechanization of the soul. He wants a galaxy without unpredictability, without variance, without freedom. In psychological terms, this is the death of creativity, the flattening of the human spirit into obedience. His empire kills not only people, but possibility. This is why rebellion is sacred. It is not merely political defiance but spiritual renewal. Every act of resistance, from Leia's courage to Luke's compassion, reintroduces unpredictability into a system that depends on uniformity. Life itself becomes rebellion. Palpatine's ultimate failure is metaphysical. He believes that the Force can be mastered, that creation itself can be bent to will. But the Force, like life, resists ownership. It flows, adapts, evolves. Every time Palpatine tries to imprison it, through clones, weapons, hierarchies, it escapes. The lesson, ancient and recurring, is that power without empathy collapses into emptiness. The stronger the grip, the more certain the fall. Palpatine dies not because he is overpowered, but because he misunderstands power itself. He sees it as domination, when in truth it is connection. The Force cannot be ruled because it is, at its essence, relationship. In the end, the architecture of control that Palpatine built becomes his own tomb. The Empire's colossal halls echo with silence, its polished corridors become monuments to fear. The throne from which he ruled becomes the symbol of his blindness, a man sitting above the galaxy, unable to see the life pulsing beneath him. His defeat is not just the fall of a tyrant, it is the reawakening of truth, that power drawn from fear will always destroy itself. The Empire burns, but its lesson endures, in galaxies far away and in the world we inhabit now. Because every age builds its empires, of government, of technology, of ideology. And in every age, the same choice returns: fear or freedom, control or connection, silence or voice. The story of Palpatine is not confined to Star Wars, it is the pattern of history itself. The architecture of control is always waiting to be built again. But so too is the rebellion, patient, persistent, luminous. Empires may rise with thunderous applause, but freedom always begins the same way, with one voice refusing to be silent. And that voice, small though it may seem, is stronger than fear. Because while control demands obedience, freedom only asks for courage. Every empire imagines itself eternal. Every rebellion begins as a whisper that proves it wrong. The rebellion in Star Wars is not born of power, but of refusal, a refusal to accept that fear is normal, that silence is safety, that cruelty is order. It begins not in palaces or starships, but in quiet acts of defiance, a message smuggled, a soldier who refuses an order, a senator who dares to speak. Like all revolutions, it grows in the margins, in the space between what is and what should be. It is not a single movement, but a constellation of courage. The genius of the rebellion lies in its diversity. It is a coalition of differences, species, cultures, ideologies, united by a single conviction that no being should live under tyranny. Where the Empire demands uniformity, the rebellion thrives on variation. Its strength is not hierarchy, but harmony. Mon Mothma, Bail Organa, Saw Gerrera, Leia, and countless others all embody different expressions of resistance. Some through diplomacy, others through insurgency. Some through hope, others through anger. Their unity is not sameness, but purpose. This is what makes the rebellion unstoppable. It reflects life itself, adaptive and unpredictable. Historically, Star Wars draws deeply from real-world movements of liberation. George Lucas conceived the rebellion in the shadow of the Vietnam War, inspired by those who fought powerful empires with conviction and creativity. Its spirit echoes the American Revolution, the French Resistance, the Polish Solidarity movement, and the anti-apartheid struggle. Each of these, like the rebellion, was built on the courage of ordinary people willing to risk everything for the right to live freely. The power of rebellion lies not in its weapons, but in its moral legitimacy. Oppression can control bodies, but never conscience. The rebellion's most profound weapon is hope. Hope, in Star Wars, is not passive optimism, it is active defiance. It is the belief that tomorrow can be better even when today is unbearable. Cassian Andor, in Rogue One, captures this truth: rebellions are built on hope. He says it not as a slogan, but as survival. Hope is the force that keeps people moving when reason says stop. Psychologically, this parallels the concept of learned optimism, identified by psychologist Martin Seligman, the ability to persist through adversity by interpreting failure as temporary, not permanent. The rebellion embodies this at galactic scale. It believes, therefore it endures. The structure of the rebellion itself reflects a profound social truth, that cooperation is stronger than coercion. Its networks are decentralized, fluid, and adaptive. No single leader defines it, no single loss destroys it. This resilience mirrors modern theories of organizational behavior, where diversity and distributed leadership enhance creativity and survival. The Empire, with its rigid hierarchy, collapses when its center falls. The rebellion, built on connection, survives because its strength radiates outward. It is not a machine, it is an organism. This is how movements endure, by being living systems rather than static institutions. But unity is never simple. The rebellion faces constant tension between idealism and pragmatism. Characters like Saw Gerrera represent the moral grey areas of resistance, those who fight tyranny with methods that mirror it. His story is a cautionary echo: when hatred replaces hope, rebellion becomes revenge. The inclusion of such complexity in Star Wars underscores its maturity. It refuses to romanticize revolution. Every movement for freedom must confront its own shadow, the temptation to justify cruelty in the name of justice. The rebellion's greatness lies in its ability to resist that temptation, to remain guided by compassion even while waging war. Leia Organa and Mon Mothma embody the ethical heart of the rebellion. They remind us that leadership in times of crisis requires both strategy and empathy. They rally others not through command, but through conviction. Their speeches are not declarations of power but invitations to belief. This reflects the real-world psychology of collective action. People fight not for abstract causes, but for each other. The rebellion thrives because it humanizes politics. Its leaders understand that the purpose of victory is not revenge, but restoration, to rebuild a galaxy where dignity, not dominance, defines order. The rebellion's choice of symbols reveals its philosophy. The starbird, wings outstretched, ascending, contrasts sharply with the Empire's cold insignia of control. Symbols matter because they carry emotion, they turn ideals into identity. Social movements across history have understood this, from the clenched fist of solidarity to the colors of independence flags. Symbols give courage a face. When rebels paint the starbird on their ships, they are declaring not just war, but belief. They are saying, "We will not disappear." Every rebellion, whether on a desert planet or in a city square, begins with that declaration. The act of rebellion is, in itself, an act of creation. Every time the rebellion resists destruction, it builds culture. The galaxy under the Empire is sterile: uniformed ships, censored art, silenced voices. The rebellion restores individuality. Its spaces are filled with music, laughter, argument, and difference. This is no accident. Creativity is the opposite of control. Where the Empire suppresses imagination, the rebellion thrives on it. Innovation, after all, is rebellion in miniature, the refusal to accept that what exists is all there can be. This is why dictatorships fear artists and thinkers. They remind the world that things could be otherwise. The sacrifices of the rebellion underscore its sincerity. In Rogue One, we witness the ultimate act of collective courage, a team of ordinary individuals who steal the Death Star plans, knowing they will not live to see victory. Their deaths are not in vain, they prove that freedom requires both faith and cost. Sociologically, collective sacrifice strengthens identity. Shared suffering creates shared purpose. The rebellion's unity is forged in loss, Alderaan's destruction, Jedha's annihilation, countless unnamed martyrs. Yet each tragedy strengthens, rather than weakens, the will to resist. Hope becomes sacred because it is paid for in grief. The rebellion also challenges the idea that heroism belongs only to the extraordinary. Its greatest strength is that it makes heroes of ordinary people: farmers, pilots, smugglers, defectors. This democratization of courage reflects the moral philosophy of Star Wars, that destiny is not inherited, but chosen. Every act of defiance, no matter how small, contributes to the whole. In this way, the rebellion represents not a single event, but an ongoing state of mind, a refusal to surrender one's conscience to circumstance. It is not bound to time or place. It exists wherever someone says, "No more." In real-world terms, the rebellion's lessons are timeless. In every age, oppressive systems are built on fear and maintained by apathy. The only antidote is participation, the willingness of individuals to engage, to question, to act. Whether in democratic movements, civil rights struggles, or humanitarian causes, the same truth applies: power concedes nothing without demand, and demand requires unity. The rebellion reminds us that collective hope is not naive, it is necessary. Societies fall into despair not when they face adversity, but when they lose faith in each other. The rebellion's ultimate victory is not the destruction of the Death Star or the Emperor, it is the survival of conscience. When Luke throws down his weapon, when Leia continues to fight long after the celebrations end, when new generations rise to resist the First Order, these are the true victories. They prove that freedom is not an end state, but a practice. The rebellion becomes legacy, passed on, adapted, reborn. Hope, like the Force itself, cannot be destroyed, it only changes form. The moral power of the rebellion lies in its belief in connection. Where the Empire isolates, the rebellion unites. Where tyranny silences, rebellion speaks. Where control demands conformity, freedom invites diversity. This is not merely political philosophy, it is the biology of survival. Cooperation is how life persists, from cells to civilizations. The rebellion's success is thus not just moral but natural. It reflects the truth that systems rooted in empathy evolve, while systems rooted in fear implode. The galaxy survives because life, at its core, resists domination. In the end, the rebellion is not the opposite of the Empire, it is its answer. It is what happens when compassion organizes. Its message is eternal, that no empire, no matter how vast or powerful, can extinguish the will to be free. The starbird rises not because it is strong, but because it refuses to stay grounded. And so long as there are voices willing to speak, hands willing to reach, and hearts willing to hope, the rebellion will never truly end. Empires may define history, but rebellions define humanity. Because rebellion, at its truest, is not destruction, it is restoration. It is life remembering itself. Every victory carries a shadow. When the fireworks fade and the banners fall, the silence that follows asks the hardest question of all: what now? The fall of the Empire should have meant peace, but in truth it revealed the deeper cost of freedom, the exhaustion of those who fought for it, the grief for those who did not survive it, and the realization that liberation is not an end, but a beginning. The rebellion may have won the war, but it could not escape the truth that every triumph leaves scars. The galaxy's joy at the Emperor's death is sincere, but fleeting. Beneath the celebration lies a wound centuries deep. Entire worlds have been destroyed, families erased, cultures scattered. Victory does not resurrect Alderaan or rebuild Jeddah. The cost of freedom is written not in parades, but in absences, the names unspoken, the chairs left empty, the homes forever gone. This reality mirrors our own history, from the aftermath of World War II to the struggles of nations after colonial liberation. The end of tyranny is only the beginning of rebuilding. Peace, it turns out, is harder than war. War demands unity, peace demands reconciliation. The soldiers of the rebellion face the paradox of survival. They have spent years defined by struggle, their identities forged in opposition. When the enemy is gone, they must rediscover who they are without conflict. Veterans on Earth describe this same disorientation, the loss of purpose after victory. Sociologists call it post-heroic fatigue, the emotional vacuum that follows when the adrenaline of resistance fades. For Leia, for Luke, for every nameless pilot who lived to see freedom, the question becomes, what does hope look like when it is no longer fighting something? For Leia, the cost is personal and political. Her planet is gone, her family shattered, and yet she must lead. In the New Republic, she confronts a different kind of enemy: complacency. Peace breeds forgetfulness. The galaxy, weary of war, turns inward, preferring comfort to vigilance. Leia's warnings about the remnants of the Empire go unheeded, dismissed as paranoia. History repeats its most tragic rhythm. When victory dulls awareness, the seeds of new tyranny are planted. This dynamic is not fiction, it is the cycle of nations. After the fall of fascism, after revolutions, after every great upheaval, societies are tempted to confuse comfort with stability. But peace that forgets its cost soon loses it. Luke's burden is quieter, but no less heavy. He carries the memory of every death his lightsaber could not prevent, every choice that cost another life. The galaxy hails him as a hero, yet he feels only the weight of expectation. In the years that follow, he searches not for glory but for meaning, rebuilding the Jedi Order, trying to ensure the mistakes of the past are not repeated. But the tragedy of the human spirit is that trauma, if unhealed, repeats itself. Luke's attempts to restore the Jedi echo their old flaws: rigidity, hierarchy, detachment. His eventual retreat into exile is not cowardice, it is burnout, the inevitable toll of carrying too much hope alone. The cost of freedom is not only measured in those who died, but in those who lived to carry its burden. The galaxy's veterans, refugees, and survivors mirror the aftermath of every real-world war. Economies strained, trauma untreated, faith fragile. The myth of victory often hides the reality that freedom requires maintenance, justice, education, empathy, and memory. The New Republic, like so many democracies before it, falters because it forgets that freedom is not self-sustaining. It must be renewed daily through participation. The rebellion's greatest challenge is not defeating the Empire, but defeating the apathy that follows it. In psychological terms, this period reflects collective grief. When a society endures prolonged trauma, the transition to peace requires mourning not just lives lost, but identities formed in struggle. Without mourning, societies risk turning grief into nostalgia, idealizing the past rather than healing from it. This is what gives rise to the First Order, a generation that remembers the order of the Empire more clearly than the chaos of its cruelty. Palpatine's ideology, thought extinguished, returns not through conquest, but through memory misused. Freedom fails when it forgets why it fought. Yet even amid this fragility, the endurance of compassion remains. Leia's persistence, Mon Mothma's diplomacy, and the next generation's idealism keep the flame alive. They embody the truth that freedom's cost is not a debt to be repaid, but a responsibility to be honored. The galaxy's rebuilding depends not on erasing pain, but on integrating it, turning loss into wisdom, guilt into purpose. This mirrors the process of individual healing after trauma. The goal is not to return to what was, but to grow into what can be. A scar, after all, is not just a reminder of injury, it is evidence of survival. The cost of freedom also reveals itself in moral complexity. During war, the lines between right and wrong feel clear. Afterward, they blur. The rebels who once fought oppression now face choices about justice. Do they punish former Imperials or forgive them? Do they rebuild old systems or invent new ones? These questions echo throughout history, from post-war Germany to South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Justice without mercy breeds cycles of vengeance. Mercy without accountability invites repetition. The light demands balance even here, compassion without naivety, justice without cruelty. For those who lost everything, the aftermath of victory brings a different challenge: meaning. What was it all for? When the galaxy celebrates, some grieve more deeply. For survivors of Alderaan, freedom comes too late. For soldiers who saw friends die, peace feels hollow. This dissonance reflects what psychologists call survivor's guilt, the pain of living when others did not. It can fracture communities if left unspoken. Yet when shared, it can unite them. Rituals of remembrance, stories of sacrifice, memorials, these become the tools of collective healing. The galaxy's monuments are not to power, but to endurance. The burden of freedom also reveals the limits of idealism. The New Republic's attempt to erase militarization entirely, born from a sincere desire to avoid repeating the Empire's mistakes, inadvertently leaves it vulnerable. History warns that peace without preparation invites opportunism. The challenge of post-rebellion governance lies in balancing vigilance with trust, a task every democracy struggles with. In this, Star Wars becomes political realism disguised as myth. Victory is only the first test of virtue, stewardship is the second. Yet amid this sobering reality, one truth endures: the galaxy is still free because people continue to believe in one another. That belief, fragile and human, is the legacy of every sacrifice. The rebellion's heroes understood that the fight was never for perfection, but for possibility. Freedom was not promised, it was chosen. Its cost was high, but its worth is infinite, because it restores to the galaxy, and to the human spirit, the right to hope. In our world, this lesson remains as urgent as ever. Nations liberated from tyranny face corruption, disunity, and despair. Movements that win great moral victories struggle to sustain them. The question, "What now?" echoes across centuries. Star Wars answers it with quiet conviction: now we rebuild. Now we remember. Now we choose again. Freedom is not the end of the story, it is the beginning of responsibility. The work of the galaxy, and of humanity, is to ensure that the cost of freedom is honored not with complacency, but with compassion. The final image of the rebellion's victory is not a throne reclaimed or an empire destroyed, it is a galaxy breathing again. Broken, scarred, imperfect, but alive. That is what freedom means, not the absence of struggle, but the renewal of possibility. Every sunrise after darkness carries the memory of sacrifice. Every act of kindness is a continuation of rebellion. The cost of freedom is high because its vow. UE cannot be measured, it is life itself insisting that it will not bow to fear. Empires crumble when their power collapses. Free worlds endure when their people remember. And so the work continues, quiet, patient, human. Freedom is never finished. It is always beginning. The Force is the first and final mystery of the Star Wars universe. It is the thread that connects every story, every planet, every being, an invisible current flowing through all life. To call it magic would be too narrow, and to call it religion would be too limiting. The Force is philosophy made myth, an idea so vast that it transcends definition. It surrounds us and penetrates us, it binds the galaxy together. Obi-Wan tells Luke, a statement that is both poetic and ontological. The Force is not simply power, it is participation. It is existence recognizing itself as interconnected. George Lucas built the idea of the Force as a synthesis of the world's spiritual traditions. He once described it as a reminder that there's something more powerful and mysterious than any of us, something beyond human comprehension. It draws from Taoism's concept of the Tao, Buddhism's mindfulness and detachment, Christianity's faith, and indigenous animism's belief in the life force present in all things. Yet, what makes the Force unique is its universality. It belongs to no single culture, no single dogma. It is both divine and democratic, accessible to all who are aware enough to listen. The Force begins with connection. The Jedi understand it as harmony, the alignment of one's will with the natural flow of existence. The Sith, by contrast, see it as domination, bending the current to their will. This dichotomy captures the eternal tension between cooperation and control, between surrender and manipulation. The light and dark are not separate entities, they are reflections of how consciousness relates to power. Every choice, every emotion, every action becomes an expression of one's relationship to the whole. In this way, the Force mirrors moral reality itself, the interplay between self and system, ego and empathy. Philosophically, the Force represents non-duality, the idea that opposites are not enemies but complements. Life and death, light and dark, creation and destruction, all are aspects of the same totality. This mirrors the Taoist concept of yin and yang, where harmony is achieved not through conquest of one by the other, but through balance. In Star Wars, this truth is dramatized again and again. The Jedi fall when they deny emotion, the Sith fall when they indulge it. True understanding lies between. Balance is not stasis, it is movement, the living rhythm between extremes. Science, too, echoes this vision. Modern physics describes a universe of energy fields and interconnection. Quantum entanglement reveals that particles separated by galaxies remain mysteriously linked. The Force, in this sense, can be read as metaphor, an ancient intuition that everything is connected at a level beyond perception. Carl Jung might have called it the collective unconscious, modern ecologists might call it the web of life. What Star Wars accomplishes, through myth, is the reconciliation of science and spirituality, a reminder that wonder does not contradict knowledge, it completes it. For the Jedi, the Force is both faith and discipline. It demands mindfulness, awareness of emotion without attachment. Train yourself to let go of everything you fear to lose, Yoda teaches, capturing the paradox at the heart of peace. To truly love, one must not cling. This is not detachment from life, but engagement without control. The Jedi's meditations are not escapes from reality but immersions in it, the quiet recognition that all things are impermanent and yet meaningful. In this, the Force becomes a mirror of psychological wisdom. Mindfulness-based therapies, now validated by neuroscience, echo the same principle: awareness transforms suffering. The Sith, on the other hand, embody the corruption of insight. They, too, understand the Force, but they twist it inward. Where the Jedi seek unity, the Sith seek self. The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural, Palpatine says, revealing the core temptation of power, immortality, control, the illusion of separateness. The Sith philosophy mirrors what Nietzsche called the will to power, the belief that the highest good is domination. Yet, like all who mistake control for strength, the Sith become prisoners of their own desire. Their mastery becomes dependency. In the end, they serve the thing they fear most, death. The Force also speaks to the psychology of moral development. Each person must confront their inner dark side, not as an enemy, but as a truth. Luke's cave vision on Dagobah, facing a phantom Vader that reveals his own face, is one of the most profound metaphors in cinema. It captures Carl Jung's theory of the shadow, that growth requires confronting the hidden parts of oneself. The Force teaches that balance is not achieved by denying darkness, but by integrating it. Only by acknowledging fear can one be free from it. In this, Star Wars transcends fantasy and enters philosophy, a story about the evolution of consciousness itself. The Force also blurs the line between spirituality and ecology. Its presence in living beings reflects a sacred environmentalism, a recognition that life is not a hierarchy, but a network. The Jedi's respect for all creatures, their connection to nature, their reverence for harmony, these are not metaphors, but moral imperatives. When Luke says, "Between you, me, the tree, the rock, everywhere," he articulates a worldview that humanity urgently needs. To exploit nature is to sever connection, to live in balance is to honor the Force within and without. The destruction of planets by the Empire is thus not only political but spiritual desecration, the industrialization of existence itself. In modern times, this philosophy feels increasingly relevant. Our world, too, faces imbalance, environmental collapse, technological overreach, disconnection. The Force becomes a mythic framework for the same crisis, a civilization so obsessed with control that it forgets to belong. The Jedi's lesson, humility before the whole, stands as both warning and wisdom. To listen to the Force is to recognize that power without purpose destroys, and that true strength lies in alignment with the rhythms of life. Luminous beings are we, Yoda reminds us, not this crude matter. In that single line, he dismantles the illusion that identity ends at the body or the self. The mystics of the galaxy, from the Bendu to the guardians of the wills, deepen this understanding. They see the Force not as divided into light and dark, but as whole. They teach that balance does not mean peace without struggle, but harmony within it. The Bendu, for instance, declares himself the one in the middle, representing the natural equilibrium beyond Jedi and Sith. This perspective reflects the next evolution of wisdom, transcendence of binary morality. The Force, at its highest level, invites the awareness that all dualities are temporary expressions of a larger unity, that light and dark are two wings of the same being. The language of the Force is feeling. It cannot be fully described, only experienced. This is why every attempt to rationalize it, by the Jedi Council, by scientists, by skeptics, fails. The Force is not a system to be understood, but a relationship to be lived. It is trust in something greater than control. In a world increasingly defined by data and certainty, this is radical. The Force reminds us that mystery is not ignorance, it is depth. The unknown is not an obstacle to understanding, it is the space in which meaning grows. In the grand narrative of Star Wars, the Force becomes the ultimate teacher. It humbles the powerful, uplifts the broken, and reminds all who touch it that existence is participatory. To feel the Force is to realize that nothing stands alone, that every life, every action, every thought contributes to the balance of the whole. This insight transforms the way we see morality, science, and even ourselves. We are not separate from the universe, we are expressions of it. In the end, the Force is less about what we can do and more about what we can become. It is the story of potential, the reminder that within every being lies the capacity for awareness, compassion, and connection. It is the whisper that life, despite its chaos, is meaningful because it is shared. The Force does not demand worship, it invites participation. To live by it is to see with wider eyes, to act with gentler hands, to love with fuller understanding. The Force is not somewhere out there, it is here, in every breath, every heartbeat, every act of courage or kindness that rebalances the world. So when Obi-Wan fades into the light, when Luke stands before the twin suns, when Rey reaches out to heal rather than strike, the lesson is the same: the Force is not a power to wield, but a presence to remember. It is the galaxy's language of being, the eternal conversation between all that lives. And to listen to it is to know, in the deepest sense, that we are never alone. Every faith begins with revelation and ends with rules. What starts as wonder becomes doctrine, what begins as insight hardens into institution. The Jedi Order, the most revered guardians of peace, fall not because they are corrupt, but because they forget how to change. Their tragedy is not moral failure but spiritual arrogance, the belief that purity protects against error. Yet purity, in any form, is the illusion that one can rise above the imperfections of being alive. The Jedi sought to master the Force, but in doing so, they stopped listening to it. At their height, the Jedi were a marvel, 1,000 generations of knowledge, discipline, and service. They built temples that reached into the clouds and trained initiates from childhood to become living instruments of balance. They embodied humility, compassion, and restraint. Yet somewhere along the way, humility became hierarchy, and restraint became repression. They mistook stillness for silence and detachment for enlightenment. Their code, once a path to peace, became a wall separating them from the galaxy they swore to protect. Fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering. Yoda's maxim is wise, but in practice, the Jedi misunderstood it. They feared fear itself, treating emotion not as a teacher but as a contagion. In their attempt to transcend desire, they severed the very empathy that once defined them. Love became forbidden, attachment condemned. Yet the paradox is clear: how can one protect the galaxy without attachment to its people? How can one preach compassion while denying the heart? This contradiction festers quietly within the Order until it becomes its undoing. Anakin Skywalker's fall exposes this blindness. The Jedi see his fear but not his pain, they sense his power but not his humanity. They warn him against attachment, but never teach him how to love wisely. By forbidding connection, they drive it underground, transforming natural affection into obsession. In trying to prevent the dark side, they create the conditions for it. Anakin's tragedy is their own, an institution so devoted to control that it cannot comprehend vulnerability. When he turns to Palpatine for understanding, it is not because he loves evil, but because evil listens. The Jedi's downfall, then, is not betrayal but stagnation. They mistake order for wisdom, discipline for understanding. Their council, once a circle of seekers, becomes a bureaucracy of guardians. They sit high above Coruscant, detached from the suffering below. Their temple is both fortress and prison. This physical separation mirrors psychological distance, a growing inability to perceive the living force among the ordinary. When Qui-Gon Jinn defies their orthodoxy to train Anakin, he does so not from arrogance but from clarity. He senses what they cannot, that the Force is alive, and life will not be contained by protocol. History reflects this pattern with haunting familiarity. Institutions built to uphold virtue often decay under their own ideals. Churches, republics, revolutions, all begin with moral fire and end with bureaucracy. The danger lies not in corruption, but in rigidity. Philosopher Alfred North Whitehead called this the fallacy of misplaced concreteness, the tendency to mistake abstractions for reality. The Jedi's code, once a living guide, becomes a fossilized formula. They stop asking questions. They forget that enlightenment is not a state, but a process. The moment wisdom becomes certainty, decay begins. Their political entanglement seals their fate. In serving the Republic, the Jedi believe they are serving peace, but peace enforced through war is contradiction. They become generals in a conflict that betrays their very creed. The Clone Wars, engineered by Palpatine, exposed the Order's vulnerability to manipulation. In fighting for the Republic, they lose sight of the galaxy. The Force, once their compass, becomes background noise beneath the machinery of battle. They win victories, but lose vision. The dark side triumphs not through strength, but through subtle inversion. The Jedi become soldiers when they were meant to be healers. Even Yoda, the wisest of them, admits their blindness too late. The shroud of the dark side has fallen, he says, but the shroud was not only Palpatine's deceit. It was the shadow cast by their own pride. They could not imagine that their interpretation of the Force might be incomplete. In their fear of the dark side, they forgot that light, when too pure, blinds. The tragedy of the Jedi is not that they failed to fight evil, but that they forgot how to listen to doubt. Doubt, after all, is not weakness, it is awareness. Philosophically, the Jedi embody the problem of idealism without self-reflection. Their pursuit of moral perfection leads to alienation, the same trap faced by perfectionist societies throughout history. To deny emotion is to deny humanity is to deny wisdom. Neuroscience now confirms what the Jedi should have known: emotion is not the enemy of reason, but its partner. Empathy, fear, and intuition are essential to moral judgment. By repressing them, the Jedi severed the neurological bridge that connects ethics to experience. Their collapse is not supernatural, it is psychological. Luke Skywalker's journey restores what the Jedi lost, not their code, but their humility. His redemption of Vader does not come through doctrine, but through compassion. "I feel the good in you," he says, and that feeling saves the galaxy. Luke does not deny emotion, he transcends it through understanding. His willingness to love even the fallen becomes the true legacy of the Jedi, reborn not as an order, but as a philosophy of empathy. Later, when he trains new students, he struggles again with the same questions, proof that enlightenment is not inherited, but relearned in every generation. In The Last Jedi, Luke's disillusionment reflects the final evolution of this lesson. "It's time for the Jedi to end," he says, not in despair, but in honesty. He recognizes that the Jedi myth, like all myths, must die so that truth can live. The Force does not belong to temples or titles. It belongs to all. His training of Rey is not instruction but awakening, the rediscovery that the Force moves through everyone, even those without lineage or rank. In this, Luke completes what Yoda began. He frees the light from the burden of purity. To fail, Yoda tells him, is the greatest teacher of all. The fall of the Jedi reminds us that morality must remain dynamic. The moment a belief system stops evolving, it begins to oppress. The danger of purity is that it isolates. True virtue requires permeability, the willingness to let experience reshape understanding. This applies beyond fiction. In politics, religion, and culture alike, the institutions that survive are those that remember humility. The ones that fall are those that forget they are servants, not masters, of truth. The Jedi, in their final clarity, teach the most difficult lesson of all, that wisdom is not in being right, but in remaining open. Balance requires motion. The light must breathe. The Force is not owned, it is lived. Every generation must rediscover it for themselves, not by memorizing doctrine, but by listening, to each other, to the world, to the quiet presence that binds all things. The Jedi's purity made them blind, their fall made them human again. And perhaps that was the Force's plan all along, not punishment, but correction. Because only when the temple falls can the truth beneath it be seen. Only when the order ends can the Force begin again. If the Jedi represent the peril of denial, the Sith represent the peril of indulgence. They are the mirror the galaxy wishes it could look away from, the embodiment of unrestrained will. Where the Jedi fear emotion, the Sith worship it. Where the Jedi suppress attachment, the Sith weaponize it. But beneath their violence and grandeur lies something far more familiar, the ancient human refusal to die. Every Sith Lord, from Darth Bane to Palpatine, seeks the same impossible prize: immortality, control over time, and deliverance from loss. Their empire is built not only on fear of others, but on fear of endings. The Sith Code states, peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. It is a philosophy of liberation through dominance, a creed that confuses freedom with conquest. On the surface, it sounds empowering: reject fear, embrace will, seize destiny. But hidden beneath its poetry is paradox. If one's strength depends on domination, one can never be free. Every victory demands another. Every possession breeds more hunger. The Sith mistake the will to live for the right to control. Their pursuit of immortality becomes the ultimate enslavement. The origins of the Sith reveal this truth clearly. Once an ancient species subjugated by fallen Jedi, they adopted the dark teachings of their conquerors and transformed them into religion. The dark side became a path of liberation for the oppressed, a rebellion against hypocrisy. In that sense, the Sith were not born evil, they were born angry. Their rage was not without reason. The Jedi, in their self-righteousness, had created the very shadow that would one day destroy them. History, both galactic and human, repeats this pattern endlessly. The oppressed adopt the weapons of their oppressors until rebellion becomes empire. Darth Bane's rule of two, one to embody power, the other to crave it, codifies the dark side's most seductive structure, a system built on betrayal. Each master trains an apprentice to eventually overthrow them. Survival depends on deceit. This cycle ensures that the Sith are always evolving and always dying. It is a hierarchy of cannibalism, each generation consuming the last. Yet within this violence lies an unintentional wisdom: even darkness cannot escape change. The Sith believe they are eternal, but their very method guarantees their extinction. What they cannot control, they destroy, and what they destroy, they lose forever. Darth Sidious, or Palpatine, perfects this philosophy. His power is total, but his soul is empty. His obsession with immortality, cloning, essence transfer, and the manipulation of the Force to defy death, is not strength, but terror. His empire is a monument to denial. Every statue, every star destroyer, every act of domination screams the same insecurity: I must not end. In this, Palpatine becomes less a man and more a psychological archetype, the death-fearing ego inflated to cos. MIC proportions. His downfall is inevitable because life, by nature, resists permanence. What does not yield, breaks. Philosophically, the Sith embody what ancient texts warned against: the corruption of desire. Buddhism teaches that suffering arises from attachment, the craving for what cannot last. The Sith, unable to accept impermanence, transform desire into a religion of control. Their path is not a rejection of suffering, but a multiplication of it. The more they grasp, the less they possess. Each victory isolates them further, cutting them off from the very life they seek to master. The dark side promises connection through power, but delivers solitude through domination. The ultimate irony is that the Sith crave belonging as much as the Jedi, but seek it through conquest rather than compassion. Darth Vader stands at the center of this contradiction. His transformation from Anakin Skywalker, the boy who loved too deeply, to the armored servant of evil is the most tragic case study in attachment gone toxic. His love for Padme begins as pure devotion and ends as possession. He believes that control can preserve love, that power can defeat death. Yet in trying to prevent loss, he causes it. Padme's death is the result of his very attempt to stop it. This is the central paradox of the dark side: the attempt to conquer fear creates the very suffering one fears most. Every act of control is an act of self-destruction. Yet even in Vader's darkness, there remains a spark of truth, the acknowledgement that emotion, though dangerous, is real. His redemption comes not from rejecting feeling, but from reclaiming it. When he saves Luke, he breaks the chain of the Sith not through power, but through compassion. He accepts death. In that moment, he achieves what every Sith sought but never found: peace. His immortality is not physical, but moral. His spirit lives on, luminous within the Force. Star Wars thus redefines immortality itself. It is not eternal domination, but eternal connection. The self that clings dies, the self that loves endures. The psychology of the Sith resonates deeply with our modern world. The pursuit of control, over nature, over death, over one another, is the defining impulse of contemporary civilization. Our technologies promise godlike mastery, our economies reward limitless growth, our culture glorifies self-creation. Yet beneath it all is the same ancient fear, that we are temporary. The dark side thrives in this fear, whispering that endless consumption can fill the void. But like the Sith, humanity risks mistaking longevity for legacy, expansion for evolution. The lesson of the dark side is not that desire is evil, but that desire without humility devours itself. Even the most powerful Sith cannot escape loneliness. Their isolation is the natural consequence of their philosophy. To dominate is to sever connection, to control is to be controlled by fear. This is why, in the end, the Sith always stand alone. Dooku dies betrayed by his master. Maul dies craving meaning. Sidious dies consumed by his own lightning, the energy of domination reflected back upon him. Their deaths are not punishment, but revelation, the inevitable end of those who build their lives around the illusion of permanence. The dark side is not evil because it is dark, it is evil because it refuses to die. The persistence of the Sith, even after their apparent destruction, symbolizes the enduring human struggle with ego. Darkness never disappears because it lives within the same consciousness that seeks to overcome it. Every generation of Jedi faces new forms of the same temptation. The desire to control, to be certain, to never lose, these are not alien instincts, they are human ones. The Force's balance depends not on eliminating the dark side, but on recognizing it. To confront it honestly is to prevent it from ruling unseen. The Sith's failure is their denial that darkness can coexist with peace. In a strange way, the Sith contribute to the galaxy's evolution. By embodying corruption, they reveal the cost of imbalance. They are the universe's immune response to stagnation, the fire that purges arrogance, even at terrible cost. In this sense, the dark side is not an external evil, but a necessary reflection. The Sith remind the galaxy that denial of death is denial of life, and that control, however seductive, always collapses under the weight of its own fear. Their extinction, generation after generation, is the universe's way of remembering that only what flows survives. In the end, the Sith legacy is not one of power, but of warning. Every empire that tries to conquer death meets the same fate. Every civilization that replaces compassion with control eventually turns to ash. The lesson of the dark side is universal: to cling is to decay. Immortality, as the Sith define it, is impossible, but meaning is not. The Force teaches that we live on not through domination, but through connection, through the lives we touch, the light we leave behind. This truth is what Palpatine could never comprehend, that eternity is not owned, it is shared. The Sith sought to escape death and found only endless dying. But the moment Vader lifts his sun and faces the light, the illusion breaks. He does not conquer death, he accepts it. He does not win eternity, he becomes part of it. That is the redemption of the galaxy, the moment when fear, at last, lets go. And so the dark side remains, not as a curse, but as a mirror, forever reminding us that the only power worth having is the power to surrender. Because immortality was never meant to be stolen. It was meant to be remembered. No story in Star Wars is more human than the story of lineage. Beneath the battles and the mythic scale, it is a tale of family, of fathers and sons, mentors and apprentices, generations repeating what they refuse to confront. The galaxy's greatest struggle is not between Jedi and Sith, but between inheritance and choice. Every Skywalker, every apprentice, every child of the Force carries the same question: are we bound by where we come from, or can we become something more? In that tension lies the heart of Star Wars, and the truth of human existence. The Skywalker bloodline begins in mystery. Anakin's conception, said to be the will of the Force itself, makes him both chosen and cursed. He is born without a father, a being of prophecy, the one who will bring balance. Yet prophecy, as every myth warns, is double-edged. It offers purpose, but robs freedom. Anakin's life becomes a cage of expectation, every choice he makes, every emotion he feels, measured against destiny's script. The tragedy of the Chosen One is not that he fails, but that he was never allowed to be human. In this, Anakin's story mirrors countless real-world tales of inheritance, children burdened by the dreams, fears, or unfinished desires of those who came before them. When Anakin falls, his lineage fractures. His children inherit not only his power, but his pain. Luke and Leia are the embodiment of opposite inheritances, one spiritual, one political. Luke carries his father's Force sensitivity and the temptation that comes with it. Leia inherits his passion and his defiance, channeling them into leadership rather than destruction. Both must navigate the legacy of a man who became both hero and monster. This duality, the knowledge that one's blood contains both light and darkness, becomes their lifelong moral education. In confronting their father's shadow, they confront their own. Luke's journey is the more visible manifestation of this conflict. When he faces Vader in the Emperor's throne room, the battle is not physical, it is generational. Every swing of his lightsaber is a conversation with his lineage, rage, mercy, fear, compassion. The moment he throws down his weapon and refuses to kill is the moment he breaks the cycle. I am a Jedi, like my father before me. The sentence is paradoxical. He claims continuity and defiance in the same breath. He honors his father by transcending him. That act of mercy becomes the redemption of both men. In that instant, Star Wars redefines inheritance. What we pass on is not our mistakes, but our capacity to change. Leia's legacy is quieter, but no less profound. She inherits trauma and transforms it into purpose. Her leadership in the New Republic and later the Resistance reflects the power of resilience, the choice to rebuild even when history repeats. Leia's strength is generational empathy. She carries not only her father's fire, but her mother's grace. Her story represents the other half of inheritance, that lineage is not only what we receive, but what we create. In her guidance of others, she becomes what the Jedi and the Republic both failed to be, a bridge between ideals and reality. The Skywalker lineage continues beyond blood through Rey, a descendant of Palpatine by birth, but a Skywalker by choice. Her journey completes the cycle of inheritance by redefining it entirely. If Anakin represents the burden of prophecy and Luke the redemption of lineage, Rey represents freedom from it. Her choice to take the Skywalker name is not denial of her origins, but reclamation of agency. It is the statement that identity is not genetic, but ethical, that family is not fate, but chosen faith. When she buries the twin lightsabers in Tatooine sand, she lays to rest not just bodies, but burdens. The Force itself mirrors this generational pattern. Every apprentice inherits the power and the mistakes of their teacher. Obi-Wan passes discipline to Anakin, who twists it into obsession. Anakin's fall becomes Luke's warning, Luke's doubt becomes Rey's challenge. In this chain of mentorship lies the universe's most enduring truth: we teach what we most need to learn. The Jedi and Sith alike are caught in cycles of repetition, because inheritance without reflection becomes replication. True growth comes not from rejecting the past, but from transforming it. This dynamic echoes throughout human history. The philosopher Soren Kierkegaard wrote that life must be understood backward but lived forward. Each generation inherits unresolved questions about justice, identity, power, love, and must answer them anew. Societies, like families, repeat patterns until they choose to see them. Nations rebuild after tyranny but risk recreating it in fear of chaos. Children vow not to become their parents, only to find their gestures and voices echoing them. The Force, in mythic form, externalizes this universal inheritance, the tension between destiny and decision, between what we are given and what we give back. Psychologically, legacy operates like the Force itself, invisible yet shaping every action. Family systems theory describes intergenerational transmission, the unconscious passing of emotional patterns through generations. Trauma, guilt, pride, and fear echo down bloodlines until they are confronted. Anakin's fear of loss becomes Luke's fear of failure, which becomes Ben Solo's rage against expectation. Each generation faces the same darkness in a different form. Healing, in both galaxies, begins when someone refuses to pass the wound forward. The Skywalker saga's deepest redemption is not the defeat of the Sith, but the interruption of the cycle. The theme of lineage also challenges the idea of purity. The Jedi once believed that heritage defined potential, that sensitivity to the Force was a gift of blood. But the galaxy proves otherwise. The Force awakens in scavengers, soldiers, outcasts, and strangers. It democratizes destiny. Rey's journey, Finn's intuition, and the nameless stable boy at the end of The Last Jedi all reveal the same truth: the Force belongs to everyone. Power that can only be inherited is power that stagnates. The future, both galactic and human, belongs to those who create meaning rather than inherit it. In political terms, this speaks to a profound idea, that institutions, like bloodlines, must earn their relevance. The Republic fell because it assumed continuity guaranteed virtue. The Jedi fell because they mistook tradition for truth. Both believed that their heritage protected them from failure. But survival demands renewal. The New Republic and the next generation of Jedi will succeed only if they remember that legacy is not an heirloom, it is a living conversation. To honor the past is to adapt it. the weight of inheritance is not only carried by heroes. Kylo Ren's story is the shadow of legacy unhealed. Born to greatness, he resents it. The child of Leia and Han, trained by Luke, he inherits the full gravity of myth and expectation. His fall is not rebellion against the light, but exhaustion under it. He seeks identity in destruction because he cannot find peace in continuation. Let the past die, he says, kill it if you have to. Yet his rage reveals dependency, his identity defined entirely by what he rejects. Kylo's redemption, like his grandfather's, comes only when he accepts connection. When he saves Rey, he becomes Ben again. Legacy, once a curse, becomes communion. The idea of chosen family, of legacy through love, is Star Wars' quiet revolution. Found families, from the rebels to the resistance, demonstrate that belonging is not inherited but built. Han, Leia, Luke, Chewbacca, Lando, each lost something biological but found something spiritual. Their bonds create the emotional architecture of the saga. In our world, too, chosen families sustain those alienated by tradition, rejection, or displacement. They remind us that kinship is not DNA, but devotion. This is the democratization of legacy, that anyone, through love and courage, can belong to something larger than themselves. In the end, the Skywalker legacy is both burden and blessing. It teaches that destiny is real, but not rigid, that history shapes us, but does not define us. What we inherit is not fixed, it is fluid. The Force flows through blood, but also through choice. The past is not a chain, but a bridge, if we have the courage to cross it. Each generation must decide what to carry forward and what to release. The true inheritance of the Skywalkers is not power, but awareness, the realization that every ending is a beginning disguised as memory. And so the story of Star Wars becomes our own, the endless dialogue between where we come from and where we choose to go. Legacy, at its truest, is not the shadow we live under, but the light we continue to pass on. It is not the weight of expectation, but the invitation to evolve. Every generation adds a verse to the same song, changing its melody, but keeping its rhythm. The Skywalker name ends not in extinction, but in expansion, becoming not a bloodline, but a belief. A belief that hope can be inherited through choice, that goodness can skip generations and still return, and that even the most broken lineage can bear light again. Because legacy, like the Force, was never about who you were born from. It was always about who you become. The galaxy breathes in patterns. Every rise is followed by a fall, every dawn by dusk, every empire by rebellion. To live within the Force is to live within that rhythm, to recognize that destruction and creation are not opposites, but partners. When Yoda says, "The Force surrounds us and binds us," he is describing not static harmony but a living pulse. The galaxy, like the soul, finds balance not in permanence, but in renewal. The light does not erase the dark, it learns to dance with it. The myth of balance is the oldest story in Star Wars, and perhaps the oldest story in existence. The Chosen One prophecy, the fall and rise of the Jedi, the endless return of the Sith, all repeat because the universe itself operates on cycles. Every imbalance seeks correction. When Anakin falls to darkness, his son's compassion restores equilibrium. When the Jedi's arrogance collapses their order, new seekers arise beyond doctrine. Balance is not an achievement, it is an ecosystem. The Force, like nature, maintains itself through adaptation, not domination. The fall of the Empire and the redemption of Anakin Skywalker are often seen as the climax of this balance, but they are really just one iteration. Peace is always temporary, not because it fails, but because life evolves. The galaxy does not move in straight lines, it spirals. This is what makes the Force eternal, it never resolves, only renews. Each generation redefines balance according to its own time. The balance Luke brings is not the same one Rey must restore. The cycle persists because existence itself depends on motion. Philosophically, this idea mirrors ancient wisdom. Hindu cosmology describes samsara, the endless cycle of creation, destruction, and rebirth. Taoism speaks of the Tao, the constant flow between yin and yang. Nietzsche's concept of eternal recurrence suggests that life repeats endlessly, not as punishment but as perfection, each moment existing forever in the fabric of reality. The Force synthesizes these traditions into mythic form, the idea that every fall carries the seed of its own redemption, and every end is only another beginning disguised as death. The Jedi once misunderstood balance as purity, the elimination of the dark side. The Sith, equally blinded, mistook balance as domination, the triumph of the self over the whole. But true balance lies between these delusions. It is not a moral endpoint but a dynamic state of awareness. When Luke looks upon his father's unmasked face and forgives him, he restores balance not by defeating darkness, but by reconciling it. The act of compassion reclaims what violence divides. The Force flows freely again, because the wall between opposites collapses. Nature, both in the galaxy and our own world, mirrors this wisdom. Ecosystems remain stable through diversity, not uniformity. Predators and prey, decay and growth, all participate in the same sacred equation. When one element dominates, the system collapses. The dark side's hunger for control is the ecological equivalent of overconsumption, the Jedi's detachment is sterility. The health of the Force, like the health of the Earth, depends on interdependence, on remembering that balance is not stillness, but reciprocity. Every act of cruelty depletes the whole, every act of compassion restores it. The human experience reflects this cosmic truth. Our lives, too, move through cycles of ambition and humility, despair and renewal, youth and wisdom. Each of us carries both light and dark within, and each day offers the chance to rebalance. Psychological growth follows the same rhythm. Carl Jung's process of individuation describes the integration of shadow and self, the acceptance of inner contradiction as the path to wholeness. To deny darkness is to fragment the soul, to integrate it is to find peace. The Force, in mythic form, externalizes this process, reminding us that the galaxy within mirrors the galaxy without. The restoration of balance in Star Wars is always relational. It never happens in isolation. Anakin is redeemed through Luke. Luke finds clarity through Leia and Rey. Rey, in turn, through Ben Solo. Balance is a conversation across generations, a handing down of awareness rather than power. This continuity transforms tragedy into wisdom. The failures of the Jedi become lessons, the sins of the Sith become warnings. The Force learns through its participants. In this way, balance is not divine perfection, but collective evolution. Rey's final act, burying the Skywalker sabers and igniting her own, symbolizes the completion of one cycle and the birth of another. The twin suns rise over Tatooine, just as they did when Luke dreamed of adventure, but now their meaning has changed. They no longer represent yearning, but peace. She carries the past without being bound by it. The Force, through her, continues, not purified, not conquered, but harmonized. This moment embodies what philosopher Alan Watts called the wisdom of insecurity, the understanding that peace is not found in permanence, but in presence. The Force's cyclical nature also challenges our modern obsession with progress. The Empire's ideology, endless growth, endless control, endless expansion, is the very imbalance the Force seeks to correct. Progress without reflection becomes conquest. The myth of linear advancement blinds societies to the need for renewal. The Force, by contrast, models sustainable change, evolution through equilibrium, not escalation. The future depends not on infinite expansion, but on learning to live within limits, to grow without consuming. In this sense, Star Wars becomes a parable for ecological and ethical survival. Every collapse in the galaxy, the fall of the Republic, the destruction of the Jedi, the rise of the First Order, follows the same moral physics. Power concentrated too tightly implodes, compassion neglected too long revolts. The Force restores balance not through punishment, but through truth. When systems lose empathy, they collapse into entropy. When individuals lose humility, they fall to hubris. Balance is the universe's way of remembering itself. Even destruction becomes renewal, because the energy of life never disappears, it only transforms. Spiritually, this understanding turns tragedy into meaning. The deaths of heroes, the losses of worlds, the cycles of war, all become part of a larger pattern of learning. The Force is not cruel, it is corrective. Its balance is not imposed but invited. When individuals or civilizations forget compassion, the dark side rises to remind them of their interdependence. This is not punishment but pedagogy. The galaxy, like the soul, learns through friction. Every fall becomes a lesson in humility, every rebirth, a deeper awareness of unity. Rey's victory, like Luke's and Anakin's before her, is not the conquest of evil but the acceptance of wholeness. By confronting her lineage and choosing the light freely, she embodies the Force's evolution, from prophecy to freedom, from bloodline to belonging. Her yellow saber, glowing in the dawn, represents synthesis, neither blue nor red, but both transcended. Balance at last becomes expression rather than opposition. The Force is not at war with itself, it sings. In the end, the balance restored is not a return to purity but an embrace of imperfection. The galaxy survives because it keeps moving, keeps learning, keeps forgiving. Every act of compassion tips the scale, every act of cruelty disturbs it, and every new generation begins the work anew. Balance is not something the Force gives, it is something life practices. It is the rhythm of the universe made conscious through choice. And so the galaxy turns again. Suns rise over Tatooine. Children look to the stars. Somewhere, the Force stirs, waiting for the next seeker to listen. The story begins again, not because it failed, but because it must. That is the beauty of balance, it is never final, always flowing, always alive. The Force does not end because life does not end. It changes shape, and through it, so do we. For every darkness, there will always be a dawn. And for every ending, the Force will whisper once more, begin again. Every myth endures because it reflects the age that needs it. Star Wars, though set among the stars, was never about the future, it was always about the present. George Lucas built his galaxy as a mirror for our world, a mythic framework to examine timeless human questions, freedom and fear, faith and control, hope and despair. Across its eras and trilogies, the saga becomes not escapism but exposure, revealing the cycles that shape every civilization. The Force may be fiction, but the truths it reveals are not. When A New Hope first premiered in 1977, the world it entered was weary of empire. The Vietnam War had ended, trust in institutions had eroded, and cynicism had settled over politics. Lucas channeled that disillusionment into allegory. The Rebel Alliance became a symbol of moral resistance against the machinery of conformity. The Empire's sterile corridors, faceless soldiers, and planet-destroying weapons were not distant fantasy, they were reflections of industrial modernity's cold perfection. The Death Star was not just a weapon, it was a warning about technological arrogance unanchored by empathy. Its destruction by a single act of faith, a pilot trusting the Force instead of targeting computers, remains one of the most powerful metaphors in cinema, that intuition, humanity, and belief still matter in a mechanized age. Each era of Star Wars has held its mirror differently. The prequels, released during the early 2000s, spoke to the anxieties of democracy under threat. Palpatine's rise was not the story of tyranny imposed by force, but of tyranny invited by fear. His manipulation of war, his rhetoric of security, and his slow corrosion of freedom echoed the patterns of real-world decline. So this is how liberty dies, Padme says, with thunderous applause. It is a line that transcends fiction, a diagnosis of every society that sacrifices conscience for comfort. The Republic does not fall because evil is strong, but because good forgets to stay awake. The sequels, decades later, reflect a new kind of crisis, not institutional, but personal. Rey, Finn, and Kylo Ren are children of a fractured world, searching for belonging in the ruins of old narratives. Their struggle is the modern one: identity amid chaos, legacy without guidance. The First Order's rise mirrors extremism reborn through nostalgia, a past reanimated rather than resolved. Kylo's mantra, "Let the past die," captures a generational exhaustion with inherited failure. Yet his inability to live without the past reveals the trap of rebellion without renewal. In this way, Star Wars mirrors our own digital era, a time haunted by history, desperate for meaning, and drowning in repetition. Technology itself plays both savior and villain in this mirror. The droids, R2-D2, C-3PO, BB-8, represent empathy in machinery, the idea that technology can serve humanity without erasing it. The Death Star, Starkiller Base, and the endless fleets of the Empire and First Order represent the opposite, tools of precision detached from purpose. The saga asks the same question our world must answer: whether our inventions will amplify compassion or magnify control. The Force, in this sense, becomes a metaphor for balance between innovation and wisdom. It is not against progress, but warns that progress without soul becomes self-destruction. The Jedi and Sith, when seen through the lens of modernity, represent two opposing forms of imbalance that continue to define us. The Jedi's detachment parallels our rationalist societies, brilliant in intellect but impoverished in feeling. The Sith's obsession mirrors our consumerism, powerful in will but hollow in meaning. Between these poles lies the fragile path of integration, to feel deeply without being consumed, to think critically without becoming cold. This balance is not only spiritual, it is social. Nations, corporations, and individuals alike must learn it anew with every generation. Economically, the galaxy's conflicts reveal another mirror. The Empire and First Order thrive on resource extraction and centralization, the galactic equivalent of monopolistic capitalism. Their power comes from control of trade routes, production chains, and information. Meanwhile, the rebellion and the resistance embody decentralized resilience, small groups united by shared values rather than infrastructure. The struggle between them reflects our own tension between systems of concentration and systems of cooperation. The lesson is simple but urgent. Power that isolates eventually collapses, power that connects endures. Politically, Star Wars remains one of the most sophisticated studies of democratic fragility in popular culture. The fall of the Republic is not distant fantasy, it is a case study in how freedom erodes quietly. Bureaucracy replaces accountability, complacency replaces courage, and faith in process replaces moral vision. The Clone Wars are manufactured crises, engineered to exhaust the public's discernment. Palpatine wins not because the people are weak, but because they are overwhelmed. This is the modern condition, a flood of noise, fear, and fatigue weaponized to make tyranny seem like stability. The antidote, then as now, is vigilance, not just political, but spiritual. At its heart, Star Wars teaches that belief matters, not belief in systems or saviors, but in connection. The Force is a metaphor for the invisible web that binds all life, the same interdependence ecological science now confirms. Every act, every choice, ripples through the whole. This is not mysticism, it is moral realism. The saga's insistence that compassion has cosmic consequence is a call to consciousness. Our world, like that galaxy, is bound by forces we cannot see, ecosystems, economies, emotions, and when we forget our interconnection, imbalance follows. The destruction of Alderaan and the collapse of the Empire are two sides of the same coin. Domination devours itself. The enduring popularity of Star Wars lies in its ability to reawaken myth in an age that has lost faith in it. Modern life, ruled by data and distraction, leaves little space for wonder. Yet Star Wars reminds us that myth is not superstition, it is instruction. It speaks to the emotional truths logic cannot reach. When we cheer for Luke or Rey, we are not escaping reality, we are remembering possibility. The Force becomes a language for the ineffable, a way to name intuition, love, hope, and courage without reducing them to numbers. In a disenchanted world, the saga re-enchants the imagination, urging us to believe not in fantasy, but in meaning. In psychological terms, the trilogy's cycles mirror our collective development. Childhood sees the world in absolutes, light and dark, hero and villain. Adolescence questions them. Adulthood, if it matures, learns integration. The progression from the original trilogy to the sequels mirrors this evolution, from moral clarity to moral complexity. The galaxy matures as we do. The final lesson is not that darkness disappears, but that maturity means living with contradiction. This is not cynicism, but wisdom, the acceptance that harmony comes from inclusion, not elimination. Even now, Star Wars continues to evolve alongside the world it mirrors. Its stories expand across cultures, its heroes diversify, and its definitions of heroism deepen. The Force belongs to no one creed, no one lineage. It reflects the growing recognition that humanity's survival depends on shared consciousness. The myth that began as a battle between empires has become a meditation on empathy, on listening, learning, and belonging in an interdependent universe. In this way, Star Wars has always been political, but never partisan. Its allegiance is to balance, and its weapon is hope. Hope, the saga's most enduring theme, is also its most radical. In a world addicted to cynicism, hope is rebellion. To believe that compassion matters, that people can change, that light returns, this is the moral act that sustains civilization. Leia calls it the spark that will light the fire. Luke calls it faith. Rey calls it belonging. Whatever its name, hope is the Force made human, the refusal to surrender to despair. It is not naive, it is necessary. It is what keeps galaxies, and souls, alive. In the end, the mirror Star Wars holds up to us is not flattering, but it is forgiving. It shows our violence, our pride, our endless repetition of mistakes. But it also shows our capacity for grace, our hunger for meaning, and our ability to begin again. The Force, as metaphor, reminds us that balance is possible, not through perfection, but through participation. The galaxy survives because its people keep trying, because even after darkness, someone always stands, looks at the stars, and believes. That is the enduring message of Star Wars, not that good always wins, but that good always returns. And as long as there are those who remember, resist, and rebuild, the light will never go out. Because the Force was never about destiny. It was about choice, and the courage to make it, again and again. Every civilization tells stories to remember who it is. Before laws, before nations, before science, there was myth, the original language of meaning. Myths were never lies, they were maps. They guided societies through uncertainty, giving chaos a shape and suffering a purpose. Star Wars is one of the modern world's rare myths, a story that reawakens the collective imagination in an age that pretends it no longer needs one. Yet even as it entertains, it instructs. It teaches that the journey of a hero is not escapism, but evolution. The galaxy far, far away is not distant, it is the landscape of the soul. When George Lucas began creating Star Wars, he turned to Joseph Campbell's The Hero with 1,000 Faces, a work that distilled centuries of myth into one pattern, the hero's journey. Campbell described the universal cycle of departure, initiation, and return, a structure found in every culture, from Homer's Odyssey to the Bhagavad Gita. Lucas recognized this pattern not as formula, but as psychology. He understood that beneath the battles and spaceships, Star Wars could embody something primal, the call to grow, to face the unknown, to fall and return transformed. The saga became not just a movie, but a modern ritual for rediscovering meaning. Luke Skywalker's arc follows this monomyth with deliberate precision. The call to adventure comes with R2-D2's message, "Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope." The refusal of the call follows, the hesitation of the familiar, the fear of leaving home. Then comes mentorship, the crossing of thresholds, trials, revelations, and, ultimately, return, not as the same boy who left, but as one reborn. This is not just Luke's story, it is humanity's. Its later heroes, Rey, Jyn Erso, Ahsoka Tano, embody new dimensions of the journey. They expand heroism beyond bloodline, gender, and destiny. Their stories reveal that the call to adventure is universal, that the Force, as metaphor, speaks through anyone who listens. In this, Lucas's myth matures with its audience, reflecting humanity's growing inclusivity. The message deepens, that courage is not confined to chosen ones, and that meaning is not inherited but created. The hero's journey becomes a shared one, a chorus rather than a solo. The power of Star Wars as myth lies also in its imperfections. The saga contradicts itself, reinterprets itself, even frustrates its own fans, and yet, that is part of its truth. Myths live through retelling, not repetition. Each generation reimagines the story to fit its own anxieties. The prequels warned against complacent democracies, the sequels questioned inherited legacies. The animated series, novels, and new films all extend the moral vocabulary of the Force. Myth survives not by freezing in perfection but by evolving through dialogue. The Force itself teaches this, it grows through movement. So does meaning. In the modern world, the need for myth is not lessened by science, it is intensified by it. Technology can explain how the universe works, but not why it matters. Data can map behavior, but not purpose. The myth of Star Wars fills this gap, it reawakens a sense of mystery, reminding us that understanding and wonder are not enemies. The lightsaber, glowing against the dark, is both weapon and symbol, a tool of discipline and an emblem of enlightenment. Its light cuts through the same existential darkness that modern life often obscures with noise. It says simply, the human spirit still matters. Myths also function as moral training. They do not instruct through rules, but through resonance. When children watch Luke risk everything for his friends, or Rey forgive an enemy, they internalize principles more enduring than any lecture. Story bypasses the intellect and speaks directly to the subconscious, shaping empathy through imagination. This is why myth endures where ideology fails, because it persuades through feeling. Star Wars has raised generations not by dictating truth, but by dramatizing it. It teaches not what to think, but how to feel about courage, loyalty, and compassion. The hero's journey in Star Wars also reaffirms the sacredness of failure. Every true myth insists that descent is necessary for rebirth. Luke must face his father, Rey must confront her lineage, Anakin must fall before the galaxy can rise. This is not pessimism, it is initiation. In mythology, the underworld is not punishment but purification, the place where illusion burns away. Star Wars honors that truth. Every time a character kneels in defeat, the Force begins to move again. The descent becomes the doorway to transformation. This is why the saga resonates so deeply, it reminds us that even our darkest moments are part of the path. Joseph Campbell once said, "Myth is the secret opening through which the inexhaustible energies of the cosmos pour into human manifestation." Star Wars is that opening, a bridge between the rational and the transcendent. It invites audiences to rediscover myth not as superstition but as structure, not as escape but as echo. Its success proves that humanity still craves stories that connect the ordinary to the infinite. The galaxy far, far away endures because it brings us home, to our own inner universe, vast and luminous, filled with both shadow and light. In the end, the power of story is the power of renewal. Myths remind us that we are not alone in our journey, that others have faced the same storms, fought the same wars, and found the same dawn. They keep us from forgetting that life, for all its chaos, has rhythm and meaning. The Force, as story, continues to flow through us every time we choose empathy over indifference, courage over comfort, and love over fear. We become, in small ways, heroes ourselves, participants in the same timeless cycle. And so the hero always returns, not to glory, but to grace. Not to conquest, but to connection. The story ends only to begin again, each generation rediscovering the truth in its own language. Because in the end, Star Wars was never just a movie. It was a reminder that myth still lives, that hope still breathes, and that every heart that dares to believe the light will return becomes part of the story that never truly ends. In the stillness after war, when the stars hang silently above ruined worlds, something stirs, not the roar of engines or the hum of sabers, but the quiet breath of life continuing. It is the sound of the galaxy remembering itself. Every saga, no matter how vast, ends in this moment of peace, a pause before the next dawn. For all its battles and betrayals, its prophecies and empires, Star Wars has always returned to the same truth, that hope endures. Not because it is easy, but because it is human. Hope is the force made visible, the invisible current that binds despair to meaning. It is the refusal to let cynicism write the final chapter. From the ashes of Alderaan to the sands of Jakku, hope survives not in monuments, but in people, in those who choose to believe even when the galaxy does not. Leia calls it duty. Luke calls it faith. Rey calls it belonging. But beneath every name, it is the same light. It flickers, it fades, but it never dies. Like the Force itself, it cannot be owned, only awakened. The enduring appeal of Star Wars lies in this continuity of spirit. It speaks to something ancient within us, the primal belief that light, however fragile, will always return. When Luke gazes into the twin suns, we see ourselves reflected in that yearning, the hunger for something more, the conviction that what is broken can be made whole. That gaze, repeated in Rey's final moment on Tatooine, becomes the visual heartbeat of the saga, two suns, two souls, two generations bound by the same hope. It reminds us that endings are only mirrors for beginnings, and that the story of one life is never truly finished. The Force itself is the mythology of hope, not a supernatural power, but a metaphor for the unseen forces that connect every living being. In our world, it takes the form of empathy, memory, love, and conscience. It flows through kindness, through sacrifice, through every moment one person chooses to understand another instead of dismiss them. The Force is not magic, it is morality. It whispers the same truth to every age, that connection is the antidote to chaos. When the Jedi forget this, they fall. When the Sith deny it, they devour themselves. When the galaxy remembers it, it heals. Hope, like the Force, must be practiced. It is not a feeling, but a discipline. It demands patience when the outcome is uncertain, compassion when bitterness would be easier, courage when despair seems rational. It is not blind optimism, it is conscious defiance. When Leia leads the shattered remnants of the Resistance against impossible odds, she does so not because she expects to win, but because she refuses to surrender what is right. In that, she embodies the essence of the Force, the decision to act with integrity even when results are unseen. Hope is not the absence of fear, it is the mastery of it. The galaxy's endless cycle of rise and fall reflects our own civilization's rhythm. Each generation inherits a world imperfect, scarred by those before it, yet capable of renewal. The Republic falls, but freedom rises elsewhere. Empires return, but so does resistance. This repetition is not failure, it is proof that life endures through adaptation. Humanity's history mirrors the Force's eternal balance. Every era of darkness gives birth to light, every collapse makes space for growth. The lesson is not that evil vanishes, but that goodness persists long enough to confront it again. In our own time, hope is no less revolutionary. In an age of polarization and exhaustion, cynicism masquerades as wisdom. It tells us that ideals are naive, that compassion is weakness, that meaning is outdated. But Star Wars has always argued the opposite. It insists that faith in others, in ourselves, in the possibility of balance, is the only enduring power. Its rebellion is moral, not mechanical. Every act of mercy becomes a form of resistance. Every choice to care becomes a defiance of decay. The Force lives wherever kindness refuses to die. And yet, hope is not passive. It asks something of us. To hope is to participate in the renewal of the world, to be a vessel of the Force in the ordinary. It means believing that small actions matter, that teaching, helping, forgiving, or simply listening can alter the current of the galaxy. Yoda's wisdom, luminous beings are we, not this crude matter, is both poetic and practical. It reminds us that our value is measured not by possession or position, but by presence. To live with awareness is to join the rhythm of the Force, to become part of the unseen harmony that holds the stars together. The end of Star Wars is not the defeat of darkness, but the restoration of relationship. The Jedi are reborn not as an order, but as individuals who understand unity through diversity. The Skywalker legacy ends not in blood, but in belonging. Rey's choice to claim the name Skywalker is a symbolic act of hope, proof that legacy can be transformed, that meaning can be adopted, that family is chosen as much as inherited. It is the final answer to the galaxy's oldest question, who am I? The answer is simple, yet infinite, I am connected. In that connection lies the future of every world, real or imagined. The Force is not confined to temples or texts, it exists in every act that binds rather than breaks. When one person chooses compassion over cruelty, they restore balance, even if only for a moment. Enough of those moments, and the galaxy turns toward light again. That is how hope survives empires, how love survives loss, and how the Force endures, not as a myth, but as a motion of the human heart. As the twin suns rise once more, the galaxy is quiet. No battles rage, no prophesies speak, no masters command. Only the hum of the living Force, steady and serene. The story has circled back to its beginning, and yet everything has changed. The lesson, now clear, is that the Force was never somewhere out there. It was here, in us, all along. So long as someone believes, the galaxy lives. So long as someone forgives, the balance holds. And so long as someone dares to hope, the Force remains. Because the Force was never about destiny. It was about the simple, enduring truth, that every soul, in every age, holds a spark of the light. The story ends where all great stories do, in the quiet certainty that the light will return. Not because it must, but because it always does. Somewhere, far from the wars and empires, a star burns unnoticed. It is small, steady, ordinary, yet its light travels across the darkness just the same. That light is us. Every choice we make, every kindness we give, every act of courage, however unseen, becomes part of the same cosmic current that holds the galaxies together. We are all luminous beings, momentary and infinite, carrying the Force not as fiction but as possibility. The story of Star Wars ends on a desert world, the same one where it began. A scavenger, not a soldier, stands beneath twin suns and breathes in the dawn. There are no armies now, no prophesies, no masters, only renewal. That is the quiet truth of myth, that even when the tale seems to end, it begins again in someone else's heart. Perhaps that is why the galaxy feels familiar, because, deep down, we have always lived there. The Force is not a power to summon, it is a presence to remember. It lives in the spaces between people, in empathy, in forgiveness, in the decision to care. Every time we choose understanding over indifference, we bring balance to our small corner of the galaxy. Every time we believe when belief seems foolish, we keep the current of hope alive. This is how the myth becomes real, not through spectacle, but through spirit. We are not Jedi or Sith, rebels or emperors. We are all something simpler, seekers, learning how to live in harmony with the unseen. The Force was never about control, it was about connection. It reminds us that the boundaries between self and other, light and dark, are illusions drawn by fear. What unites us is older than language, stronger than history, the shared desire to love, to belong, to become more than we were yesterday. And so the myth continues, not on screens, but in the quiet choices of ordinary lives. When a teacher believes in a student who has lost faith, when a stranger offers compassion instead of judgment, when someone dares to hope in a world that says not to, the Force moves. It doesn't ask for perfection, it asks for participation. We are all, in our own ways, apprentices of the light. Look to the stars. Somewhere out there, stories are still unfolding, rebellion still rising, hearts still awakening, sun still setting and returning again. The galaxy of Star Wars is vast, but the one within us is greater still. It hums with the same music, the rhythm of courage, the pulse of mercy, the enduring echo of hope. The Force is not a myth to believe in, it is a mirror to live by. Its truth is simple and eternal, that light, once kindled, can never be lost. So wherever you stand, on desert sand, in city streets, or beneath your own night sky, remember, you are part of the same story. You are made of the same light. And the Force, always, is with you.